into your order. Thank you for joining me. I'll see you at the weekend. Have a great rest of your week. Bye for now. Bye. Bye.
Come and join JewelleryMaker on Facebook and get involved with over 50,000 people who have liked us. You'll get up-to-date information about our channel from the latest images of designs by our fantastic guests, gossip on what is coming up in the shows and the newest information on our workshops. You can get in contact with jewellery makers all over the world and get some fantastic hints and tips. Simply search JewelleryMaker in the search box or go to facebook.com/JewelleryMaker UK and you're there. You don't even need to have a Facebook account. We can't wait to see you there. JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
We all know that you need the right tools for the job. So here at JewelleryMaker, we have developed our very own tool set just for you. In this larger set, we have provided more tools to help you develop your jewellery making skills even further. The kit includes wire cutters, a bead reamer with replacement tips, an awl, tweezers with a scoop, a sliding gauge, a snip, and all the essential pliers you will need. All of this is yours for just $15.95, neatly presented in a carrying case with an embossed JewelleryMaker logo. Stay tuned for more advice, tutorials and demonstrations of jewellery making. We provide the tools, you provide the skill.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Designer Inspiration Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed, thank you so much for tuning in, and more importantly, I am joined by, I won't do it, the wonderful Debbie Bulford.
Good afternoon everybody, hello.
There you go, it's a Polymer Clay special with our Polymer Clay expert. Debbie, we're going to be focusing on floral creations.
Yes, Millefiori today, yes.
Okay, there you go. I won't try and pretend I can say it. Really floral. I knew I would. I messed it up straight away. Yeah, so we're going to take you through those. Lots of polymer clay opportunities, both in the kit and separately. And we also have all the tools you'll need to create your polymer clay creations. This, in particular, is a very impressive set of carving tools for doing all the detailing. Particularly good for petals and leaves, those kind of items, I believe, Debbie.
That's right.
There you
Perfect.
go. Definitely want to get involved as quickly as possible for this one. I suspect there may not be enough to go round, so the quicker that you get involved for that particular deal, the better. The price point is out of this world for the number of tools that you've got there. Amazing. So that's coming up later on in the show, as well as our polymer clay opportunities. Also, have to let you know about my presenter pick today. Limited edition strand, single figures of availability, I'm afraid, but the opportunity to bring you Tanzanite was too much for me to resist. So I selected this as my presenter pick. You're actually going to get 200 carats of one of the rarest gemstones available, one of the most sought after gemstones on the planet. It's coming up around about 2:30 today, so make sure you're on the phone lines if you want to add Tanzanite to your collection. Don't know how much longer we'll be able to bring you Tanzanite for, who knows. So 200 carats, perfect rounds, coming up at 2:30 as my presenter pick. Also, Ethiopian Opal. Pinfire is incredible. Not always easy to show you in the studio lighting. We are capturing a little bit of it there. You can see the little lime green coming through there. I can see purples, pinks, marmalade tones. It's all there for you on this particular strand. Organic nuggets of Ethiopian Opal. Such an incredible opportunity. And the opalescence is coming through there. And yes, the reason it's quite dark, Tom, Director Tom, is that we did have quite a lot of trouble getting the pinfire across to our audience when we launched this originally. I remember it, but everybody who's bought it has mentioned to me on Facebook how thrilled they are. Not every single person, but a lot of people that bought it did get back to me and say, you were right, I'm so glad I trusted you. So grab that as quickly as you can. We're now down to the last of stock opportunity on that strand of Opal this afternoon, and I suppose we should get up and running with a wholesale deal. On your Markasite, get set, go. That's actually the name of the bundle.
Oh dear.
This feels as bad as me with rubbish jokes. We can't help ourselves. Love this particular variety of Markasite. Traditionally, Markasite has more of a metallic finish to it when you see it in jewellery designs, but we have got these colour tones in them. So we've actually got the primary colours here, really, of green, blue and red, scientifically the primary colours, rather than an artist's palette, of course. And so you've got your ruby red, your emerald green and the kind of midnight blue you traditionally associate with sapphire, I suppose. So they're gemstone colour tones, but you get those metallic little tones within there, almost like gold leaf on the surface of the gemstone. That's how I always see it. Hopefully we can see that on screen. As ever, when you get this kind of depth of colour, a little bit difficult to show you in our studio lighting. Regular viewers will be well aware of that. If you are new to us, trust me, you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. You can get these home, see them in the flesh. They are all 4mm polished rounds, so very, very versatile. Perfect for so many different disciplines within jewellery making, whether it is the fact that you want to maybe frame a cabochon within your soutache designs, maybe you want to do micro macrame designs with your 4mm rounds, or of course you might like to create bead designs, and that's exactly what we've got on this particular design here. Little Markasite earrings. This is the ruby red variety set into yellow gold plated chain. I love that effect with the reds and the golds there, and there's just little beads as the feature of kind of a quite on trend earring design, really, isn't it? And then have a look at this beautiful bangle design featuring the blues and the greens there as well. So, you know, for classic beading designs, these 4mm rounds are perfect. Wire work perfectly, but then when you start to think about your bead loom, your kumihimo, your soutache, the more in-depth disciplines within jewellery making, 4mm rounds are almost an essential, aren't they? So start dialing as quickly as possible. We are going to give you a wholesale deal. We're already down under £5 per strand, but we're not staying there. Producer Phil says he wants to start with a bang. There you go, he's taking it under £10 today for 3 strands of Markasite, all 4mm polished rounds, absolutely beautiful finish. When you see them in the flesh, you'll be able to appreciate the effect that you get from those little gold inclusions on the surface of those base colours, the blues, the greens and the reds. Absolutely fantastic. £9.95. Lots of people coming through for that one already. That's the way to do it. Don't forget, 1 P&P per day here at Jewellery Maker. So if you've paid your £2.95, if you've been inspired by Prue this morning, I know that Prue has a global following. because I speak to a lot of our American customers on Facebook and they say, oh, I got involved with JewelleryMaker through watching Prue's online tutorials. So there you go, lots of people involved with the show today. In fact, we've got one of our customers from the continent with us today in our workshop, regular viewer, Eleanor from Barcelona. She's flown over to do a workshop. It's a vintage workshop with Gemma today. She's staying to do the business workshop with Angela tomorrow. So pretty soon, Eleanor is going to be taking the country of Spain by storm, selling her designs. That's what we think. Her vintage style designs, presumably. Wow, so many people already coming through on the phone. I've got people multi-buying this deal. Not surprised. Congratulations if you're grabbing 2 of these. Amazing. Actually, I think Sharon is from Georgia. There you go. Global company. Get involved, you'll find us at JewelleryMaker.com. You can watch all of our shows live on our website, of course. And there's lots of video tutorials as well. I bet you've done a few of those, haven't you, Deb, the video tutorials?
I've done a couple. Yes, I have done a couple. Yeah, because I think that they're useful for people who want to just keep repeating and repeating and repeating to master a particular technique.
Yeah.
And they're good for beginners as well, because you go right from the start. A lot of websites tend to think you're more advanced.
They assume knowledge.
Exactly. Whereas we go right from beginning, so it's good.
That's good. That is in keeping with my mantra. It's only obvious if you know.
Yep, very true.
There you go. $9.95 is a wholesale price point for one of our fantastic bundles there. 3 strands of Markasite. Okay, we're going to move on because we've got so much to fit in. I see. This little cheeky number. So this is a 5-strand bundle now. Is that right? Wow, I love the colour tones. This is absolutely gorgeous. They all work together, but you could easily select certain colour tones. I mean, you can see the way these kind of like watermelon tones that you've got here from your quartz. Absolutely gorgeous. Picking out the purple tones that you also see in the shell pearl there, that works perfectly, doesn't it? Then you've got your faceted black agate. Absolutely gorgeous. That gives you that little bit of luster, a little bit of sophistication. More of an organic feel from your fancy jasper here. These are top drilled nuggets, so they're going to fall in quite a natural way, but then you've got that combination of colours, quite earthy colour tones, forest greens, golden tones, beautiful violet hues coming through as well. And then we've just been talking about the idea of working with smaller cuts for the soutache designers, for the kumihimo or the bead loom, for example. Check these out. Little 2mm rounds of tiger's eye. Absolutely gorgeous, and still so much chatoyancy coming through. That gorgeous optical effect that we see in tiger's eye. Absolutely. What? Okay, start dialing as quickly as possible. How about this? £1.99 per strand. £1.99 per strand. That's the price you should be paying. Again, already under £3 a strand. We've taken it under £2 a strand. £1.99 per strand. Is that amazing, Debs?
That is just incredible, because you now can pay a good £3-4 for a string of acrylics.
Really?
You really can for a lot of bead shops, so that is amazing.
Wow, so you can pay what we would normally charge for these strands of gemstones on average, which was about £3 per strand, for synthetics, and we've taken it under £2.
That's amazing. Beautiful colours.
They are, aren't they? That's what I'm really
lovely
enamoured by, the
colours.
colour combinations.
Very much on trend with the masala colour, that is deep burgundy that's in the
Yeah.
shops. This is really on trend.
I mean, those three together,
Oh, beautiful.
the Pantone boys will be well chuffed with that.
Oh,
wouldn't
yes.
they? There you go. I'm so silly. 5 strands for $9.95. Absolutely ridiculous deal today. And of course, you've also got a real combination of finishes here. You've got the polished finish on the kind of watermelon quartz. You've got the faceted effect on the black agate, which of course allows that gorgeous luster to come through. That's this reflective quality. You can see that gorgeous traditional sparkle. Normally associate that with kind of evening wear, really, wouldn't we? But at these kind of prices, there's no reason you can't have that glamour every day. Oh, okay, now somebody has just texted a question instantly because they've seen the world's leading expert in polymer clay sat to my right. Okay, I won't say it again, sorry, I'm going to get in trouble. So Debbie is one of our polymer clay experts, and we were actually going to suggest that if you had any questions regarding polymer clay, that you text in. Penny, you didn't need me to tell you that. She's texting straight away to say, "Afternoon, Ed and Debbie. Help! I have been asked to make large hearts in very dark navy blue for a commission. How do I make dark navy?"
The best thing to do is, when you think about the colours, the bright blues and the turquoises obviously are the wrong tone. So you have to go for something that's nearer midnight. So if you've got the denim blue, that seems really, really silly, but you've got the denim blue, that is on the par with a navy if you add black to it. So I would mix a tiny bit of black into the denim blue and it will go a shade darker. Or mix some black and white together and get like a dark grey, and then mix that into the navy and into the denim blue. And you need the grey tone behind it to get the navy rather than the turquoise tone, because you get it green. So try that. A little bit of the black or grey mixed in with the denim blue, and I think you'll get a navy. Add a bit of silver to it and you get a bit of sparkle as well. Really nice.
That's nice, yeah. That's a good idea, isn't it? So, what, would you just suggest that you just experiment with the proportions until you get it right?
Yes, and if you need to make a lot of it, I would make a note of what you've done. Put it through your pasta machine or clay roller or with your roller, and get your cutters and cut one of navy, one of the denim, one of black, mix it and think, oh, I need half of that, and keep a note of what you've done so you can replicate it.
There you go. Perfect. So if you've got any questions that you want to put to Debbie this afternoon, then don't hesitate to text in. The number is 60777. You need to start your text with the phrase JM Studio. Alternatively, if you're shopping online, then you can message in via the web text box, can't you? $9.95, that is flying out the door. Lots and lots of people placing that in your basket. I don't mean to sound repetitive, but it's not yours until you guarantee that purchase. So check out your baskets to avoid disappointment. We're going to move on. Oh, I like these. Now these would be quite useful, wouldn't they, within your polymer clay setting, I suppose. You can create a setting for your cabochons using your polymer clay. Perfect. And we've got 3 of the large 30mm shell pearl cabochons in this beautiful golden tone here. And then you get 10 of the 10mm ones in the coffee tone. There you go. This is all shell pearl, so it's an organic mineral. Again, you've got that gorgeous finish. The nacre from the actual shell almost provides you the same effect as you get from natural pearls, really. Play of light. You can see that reflection of the light, can't you, on the surface? I love these ones as well because the coffee variety have this frosted finish as well, so a little bit more depth, a little slightly different finish on the outer edge of these cabochons. So you've got 10 of the smaller ones, 3 of the large ones. These are more of a focal point for a design, I imagine. These are going to be more used as an accent. Actually, there's a couple of designs just to my left. I'm going to grab them. Is that right? I'm not messing around. I'm not messing around today. I'm getting them. There you go. $8.95 for all of your cabochons here. I mean, those golden tones have been used by Rachel Norris to great effect there as the stamen of these floral designs. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? I have no idea what the inspiration for this design could be. I think Prue created that design, didn't she?
Lovely.
There you go. I was going to attempt to do an impression, but I think I'll get it wrong. I think it'll just come out as Elmo again. Here we go, and as you can see, was that you, Tom? Tom's doing a horrendous impression of Mickey. There you go. So that's beautiful, isn't it? That looks like that's the 30mm. Yeah, so that's the 30mm. You can literally just recreate that. If you've got some of the golden coated pirate, you can literally recreate that, emulate the design, but in a different colour tone, couldn't you? So you get 3 of the large golden cabochons and 10 of the smaller coffee coloured cabochons. They're all for $8.95. Amazing opportunity to add a slightly alternative organic mineral to your designs, but of course you've got the uniformity of the shape, which you'd be hard pushed to find in an organic mineral like this. Works out at 69p per cabochon. And we've just heard you can pay a pretty penny for, you know, synthetics essentially. We know that these have been kind of reconstituted, but they do come from an organic mineral to begin with, and so beautiful as well because of the finish that you've got on there. $8.95 is the price point this afternoon. Trying to provide you with as many add it to your order deals as we can here at Jewellery Maker. We're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, and we want to make luxury items as affordable as possible. And already there's people coming through for this one. $8.95, fantastic. Okay, cabochons, so popular these days because again they fit into so many different disciplines. Actually, I think I missed a trick there, because if you grab those yellow tiger's eye, they're crying out to frame that beautiful golden cabochon, aren't they? Oh yeah, Soutache designers, that is one to watch, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Okay, we're going to move on. As I say, we want to fit in as many deals as we can before we start our first inspiration demo. And we're going to do the sliding connector class. Now these are fantastic because they allow you to incorporate multiple weaves within your designs. Do you like these, Debs? These are the little slider clasps. I think we've seen them.
We've got them back in.
We've got them back.
Fab. I love those.
And not only that, they're gold plated sterling silver.
I've been trying to buy those recently actually, and I couldn't find them anywhere. They're lovely.
Well, you get one of the smaller ones and one of the larger ones. Now the great thing about this is if you want a double weave necklace, you've got the smaller one. If you want to have multiple strands, you can have 4 different connections.
They're fab for doing chainmail, because you can do cuffs in chainmail and they look beautiful. They really do.
Fantastic. And of course it makes the actual the weave in the chainmail easier, because you haven't got to interconnect all the strands.
Right. You don't have to go from 4 strands down to 1. It just becomes a whole cuff, which is beautiful.
That's amazing. Oh, I need some of these now.
That's why I've been looking for them, because they do look beautiful.
They're going to be amazing. They're going to make life so much easier, and that's probably why Fleur is straight.
Yes, well done, Fleur.
There you
well
go. Guest
done,
designer Fleur knows the score when it comes to chainmail, doesn't she?
Well done, you.
She's straight in for that one. Shards multi-buy in this particular deal, and of course, rose gold plated sterling silver. This is my metal of choice at the moment, Debs.
Beautiful. It's still in the shops now. I thought it would die a death actually over Christmas, but it seems to be going strong in the spring and summer. And something's here to stay, I think.
I can understand why, really, because it is so versatile. You know, in the winter, adding warmth to the designs, that made sense, but in the spring I think you can draw on the pink hues in there.
I think people have gone away from this, I either wear silver or I either wear gold. But for those people who are still in that mindset, they'll have a go at rose gold for some reason. It's in the middle. Do
you know, don't you think it looks fantastic in chainmail? It's a really nice transitional metal, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Between those, the harshness of the yellow and the silver together, because I can still understand where people are coming from, even if it's becoming more of a fashion trend, it is still quite hard hitting.
I think it looks more vintage when it's in rose gold. Looks like it's been handed down in the family.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
it's
Absolutely.
beautiful.
I keep mixing the rose gold jump rings with the yellow gold jump rings just to make all my jump rings go further, really, because I've got more rose gold. But it looks amazing.
It does.
Once you do it. Amazing. I'm going to show you some of my chainmail on Saturday. I did promise.
Good.
Will you be here on Saturday?
No, but I shall watch.
Good. Oh, you scrutinise.
I shall phone in.
It's Valentine's Day. Okay, these are flying out the door now. Lots and lots of people multi-buying. Pearl, regular buyer. You were coming in yesterday for your pearls. Funnily enough, you're multi-buying these clasps. Fatima, you've got 2. Sian's got 2. Michelle's got 2. Laura's got 2. Buyers coming in from across the UK. If you want to add rose gold plated sterling silver connectors, and of course, did I show the little sliding connection? So it's very, very sturdy connection, because sometimes this is a concern. Now we know that when you're working with rose gold plated sterling silver, you're going to be adding value to your design. Some people are often concerned about creating more gem heavy pieces or multiple layered designs in case something gets damaged and their customers have to bring it back.
But with those, it looks nice to put a safety chain on, so you put from one end of the ring to the other, so if it comes open, which it won't do, but it's nice to put a safety chain, because it looks more vintage as well with the safety chain. It looks really nice.
These are little things that you're almost psychologically adding value to the piece. You know nothing's going to happen to the piece, but in the customer's mind, you've shown an attention to detail from that point of view. There you go. Rose gold plated sterling silver. These are flying out the door. How many do we have produced, Phil? Ooh. Now we only had double figures of availability on this one. Already half the stock's been allocated, and we've got probably another 10, 20 of these placed in baskets. So this I'm expecting to see as a sellout deal today. Rose gold plated sterling silver slider connector clasps for £8.95. We didn't even really talk about the fact that we're doing rose gold plated sterling silver for £8.95. And we've had another question from Stella. It says, hi Ed, please can you tell me, or tell us, when the tools will be, as I've been after them for ages and I need to pop out. Okay, that's... Okay, brilliant. So very, very soon, actually, so we're going to do them about 1:45. So once we've launched the kit, we've started our demonstration, and Debbie's talked us through the idea of incorporating the floral motifs into our polymer clay designs. We are going to provide you with the tools necessary to create that level of detailing, these little carving tools. And Debbie already pointed out a great benefit to these. As you can see, the tools actually are both ends have an application. So it's called the set of 12 carving tools, but actually you get 24 tools. There you go. That's why we have our experts here, because I can't count. So £8.95 for your rose gold plated sterling silver. As I say, well over half the stock's already been allocated in terms of people who have checked out their orders, and there's probably another 20 people with it in their basket, so probably down to single figures if everybody was to check out their baskets. Get checking out, so I don't want anybody to miss out on those deals. The tool's coming up very, very soon. We're going to fit in a couple more deals. Oh yeah, love this. This is gorgeous because we've got two gemstones here that are very heavily identifiable, offer you something a little bit different. These are always massively popular on JewelleryMaker. I have to say, in the past, I was kind of like standoffish about the agate because I thought, oh well, you know, it's not often used in the luxury market, but actually for bespoke jewellery designs it's perfect because the banding that it provides allows you to create bespoke pieces. Every single design will be 100% totally unique, and here look at the vibrancy of colour. There's actually a real sort of graduation of colour really, from strong plum tones to violet hues to fuchsias, magentas, even kind of Parisian pinks in there as well. And it's all thanks to the banding that the agate provides. I mean, it's just fantastic, isn't it? You can imagine those, actually, I'm thinking sort of solitaire rings, because they're quite high impact, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. I think it's nice when you get over Christmas to start to see these fabulous colours coming through.
Yes.
It makes you feel happy. Do you want to see the bright colours coming through? Spring and summer's on its way, and you think, yes, I'm going to make stuff ready for my summer, you know, stalls and what have you, and Easter time.
There's a lot of research done into the psychology behind colours and the way that they make people feel.
Yeah.
This is almost like hardwired into our genetics for certain colours will make you feel different ways. And I totally agree with you. When you start to see the vibrant colours, it kind of puts a smile on your face, doesn't it?
It does.
Quite good, therefore, to combine it with this fantastic coated spinel. These are faceted rondelles. It's quite interesting because on the face of it they're called magenta coated, but I would probably say that it's more like peacock coated spinel. Would we go along with that? Because can you see the same effect that we would expect to see on maybe like a peacock pearl with the swirl of colour, that oil on water effect, the greens and the purples. The magenta's certainly coming through, but there's actually a little bit more depth to it than that. I think they're fantastic. In terms of accenting gemstones, they are just gorgeous because the spinel, of course, with this coating, provides you with that fantastic lustre anyway. Of course, we know that spinel can have more lustre than a black diamond at times. And so that's why it's been mistaken for that gemstone so many times. Spinel, the master of disguise, of course, often mistaken for other gemstones. But here, we've kind of enhanced Mother Nature's hard work. We've provided this beautiful coating, and we've called it a magenta coating. Probably that is the colour tone of the coating itself, but the effect it's created is more of a peacock swirl of colours. We're going to give you both of these strands today, and bearing in mind these are 12mm polished rounds of agate. Should be £11.90 down to £8.95, so once again going under £10. I mean, you wouldn't be that shocked if the agate alone was £8.95, would you?
No, especially not the spinel as well. I mean, that's beautiful. The sparkle from over here, it's incredible.
Isn't it? It's not something that we see very often, the coated spinel.
No, it's beautiful. Really is lovely.
It's I think partly to do with the coating, but partly to do with the faceting as well, isn't it? Because the light is just bouncing all over the place with the spinel. As I say, more luster than a black diamond, a spinel. And look at that. That is incredible. Spinel's incredible, isn't it? Let's have a look at this swirl of colour again, because you want to be able to appreciate that within your designs.
That's
I mean, even
beautiful.
Again, if you wanted to make a feature of that, a little beady bead with the
Oh,
rondelles,
that'd be lovely.
nice,
That would be lovely. I mean, those would be lovely, just spaces in between things. Amazing how much sparkle you would get. I mean, everything we've had today so far has gone together so well.
Yeah.
The first bundle of gemstones you had, that would go well with what you've got there, and the spinel would look fabulous with it. I think all the colours, I mean, look at those two together, aren't they stunning?
The watermelon quartz.
Yeah, aren't they
Again,
stunning?
the greens
all
and the
go
pinks.
really well together.
That'd be fantastic. I'll tell you what, you're making
that's
producer
gorgeous.
Phil's day as well, because he's saying, oh, everyone's a designer, aren't they, Phil? Under the surface, there you go. He's really
That's lovely,
pleased that
really
that works
nice.
so well. But they do, don't they? They all
Yeah,
complement
they all
each other
complement
beautifully.
each other.
And funnily enough, not only do they complement one another, but they're very, very on trend. These are the colours. Say again, sorry? Oh, okay. Looks to me like we're approaching limited availability on that particular deal. We're going to move on. You can continue to add it to your order while stock remains. We're going to... I knew you were going to say that. This is our favourite. This is me and Phil's favourite. Might not be your favourite. We're excited about this one. It is... I know what you're thinking. Because of the finish on them, you're thinking, are those the roundest pearls you've ever seen on JewelleryMaker? They are actually shell pearl. But the finish is almost identical to what you'd see on
They're
the real
shell
deal.
pearl?
Yeah, they're shell pearl.
They are gorgeous.
They're ivory white, aren't they? They are exactly what you expect to see from classic organic pearls. They are shell pearls, but we've already discussed that, haven't we, with the cabochons? I mean, when I speak to resident designer Linda, who's a real advocate of using pearls in her designs, she just says shell pearls, the only kind of faux pearl, if you like, that she would use, because it offers you the same effect that you get from a pearl, yet you get the uniformity. Here you've got 6mm rounds. I mean, they are literally just, they're so perfect in terms of their finish, aren't they?
They are.
They are exquisite. And then this fantastic combination, the depth of colour that you get from the red garnet, and I suppose this is kind of the flagship variety of garnet, if you like. This is the most recognisable, that red wine tone. The combination of the kind of strawberry reds and the purple hues, almost like a Merlot tone, if you like. And then, that's why I think it works so well with the slightly more feminine hue that you get from this lavender amethyst. I mean, look at that. They're basically petal-shaped as well, aren't they? They're crying out, oh, in fact, a pearl in the centre, and then 5 of the garnets to make little flowers.
They're perfect. That combination is perfect for wedding tiaras and what have you, because people do get married in and it is like an old ivory, or I've seen burgundy wedding dresses in the winter.
Yes,
you know?
absolutely, yeah.
So the tiaras and what have you can go lovely, or you can put some of that into the bride's bouquet with red roses or something. Lots of gemstones are being put
really
into
nice.
the bouquets now.
Yeah, in fact, my sister... $7.95
What, for all
for
three?
all 3 strands.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, now Debbie and I have been working here for a long time, quite a few years, and we were here when we first launched the Gems of Distinction range. When we first started to be able to source jewellery quality gemstones from our Indian buying office. I'm a little bit, I can't believe it, he's done it to me again. He shocked me again. The garnet, I think, would have been $9.95 back in the day, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Yes, it would.
That is an amazing price point. That is some of the best value I think I'm ever likely to have offered you here on JewelleryMaker. That is saying something. I come from the late show where we go to, you know, rock bottom prices for the last of stuff, and I'm still shocked at that deal. I like your name as well. You pretty much nailed it. Unparalleled luxury.
It's under £3 a strand. That's ridiculous.
Well, Sophie's texting straight away to say, hi, Ed and Debbie. Wow, I've got mine.
Oh,
Don't blame
well
you,
done,
Sophie. Well, I'll tell you what, Jan, who's one of our very talented guest designers and very successful at selling her own work, I have to say, has multi-bought that particular deal. She can see the value on that one.
Well
the shell
done.
pearl alone would be perfect for a lot of Jan's designs, wouldn't they?
Absolutely.
And there's nothing that doesn't work about this. They're perfect. Okay, huge numbers of people flying through to grab this. I'm not really surprised, to be honest with you, Phil. There you go, you've got buyers coming in from across the globe now, recognising the value. In fact, Jan has just texted in and say, hi Ed and Debbie, I had to get 2 of these, outstanding value and beautiful.
Quite right, Jan. Those pearls and the garnet together, just the whole thing just works, doesn't it? And the beautiful lilacs just lift it. It's gorgeous, really lovely.
I'm actually shocked by the value we can offer you. But do you know what? I was actually just about to say, my sister got married about 9 months ago, and she had red roses and thistles in her. It was a bit of a Scottish theme, obviously. I was in my kilt, but she put very similar to those inside the bouquet with the rose and the thistles. That was a nice combination. Actually, when I look at that, because that's kind of like a thistle colour tone, that's like the red roses. There you go. It's a sell-out deal, I'm afraid. Unsurprising at that price point. You've got to check out as quickly as possible. Are we going to do any more deals? Or are we going to move on? No, I'm being told now. There's no more time for these bundle deals. We will bring you some a little bit later in the show, but right now, it's inspiration time! Welcome back to the Designer Inspiration Show. We're now going to bring you our first kit of the day. This is an opportunity for us to look at particular discipline in a little bit more detail, and of course we're going to focus in on the techniques that you need to advance your polymer clay designs, joined by Debbie Bulford, of course. And the combination of gemstones and polymer clay in this kit are beautiful. Do you know what that says to me? It says aqua, French for water. It's not really. It's not really. Right, now, I'm looking at this. And is this some more? Actually, hold on a second. This is a very similar effect to the Markasite, isn't it? But is it, in fact, green and blue lapis lazuli? Very, very rare. We're used to seeing the royal blue tones, aren't we, in the lapis lazuli? But here, we've got that swirl of greens and blues. Well, Mother Nature's ultimate combination. That's what you see if you were looking at the Earth from an aerial view, wouldn't you? That is fantastic, isn't it? The blues and the greens there. But you've got those gold flecks that you associate with the gemstone. Love the cut here, because it's quite easy to incorporate these into your designs, because we're used to using the top drill drops, but these have more of a trapezoid-like shape, so they're a little bit more angular. Absolutely gorgeous. Cultured pearls. The ultimate accent stone, really, because they're going to go with any other gemstone, and they just exude absolute luxury. These are freshwater cultured pearls, so a little bit rarer for us to see those here on JewelleryMaker. More often than not we have the cultured pearls, but these are freshwater pearls. They're 7 by 6 millimeters in size. The finish is fantastic, 100% natural, of course, and fantastic pearlescence. You get slightly different pearlescence, I always think, on a freshwater pearl, because it tends to not have quite as much depth within the actual colour tone of the gemstone, almost like a frosted finish that you get from the freshwater pearls, and it just means that the pearlescence itself, I think, is a little bit slightly different, a little bit more effective in terms of the swirl of colour. It seems to be a little bit more consistent on a cultured pearl. On one pearl, or from one angle rather, you see a golden hue, from another you see a green, another a pink. On these you seem to get more consistency in the colour. These have got this beautiful peach and pink tone to the pearlescence. Absolutely gorgeous, because it goes so well with the gemstones. And look at those. I'll probably say that's kind of like a swimming pool blue, or a tropical blue quartz that we've got here. Faceted rice beads, so essentially like a 3D marquise cut, if you like. 11 by 7 millimeters in size, 150 carats. I love the combination of colours here. Actually, looking at those together, very Frozen-esque, aren't they? All right, I'll let it go. I can't help it. I can't help it. Okay, 3 strands there. Your lapis lazuli, your freshwater pearls, and your tropical blue quartz. That's not all you get. because you also get your suede cord. You get a metre in... so this is the leatherette, isn't it? Sorry, my apologies. You've got the suede in this kind of Tanzanite blue, and then you've got 1 metre of the leatherette cord. My apologies. So 1 metre of your leatherette cord, 5 metres of your kind of Tanzanite blue cord, and then have a look at this. I love this. This is the azure colour. 10 yards, it's 1 mil in size. I mean, that is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? That is the very fine wire mesh. So it's the 1 mil wire mesh. I don't think I've ever seen the 1 mil wire mesh before.
Yeah.
No. It's new to me. Okay, and we've also put the souffle polymer clay inside. Hey, that rhymes. I'm so easily pleased. Souffle polymer clay. Have a look at this combination of colours. We basically emulated the colours that you see in the gemstones in the souffle polymer clay. So we've got, again, that kind of tropical blue. Then you've got this nude tone, and then you've got the lagoon green and the Laguna blue, sorry, and the jade green. Perfect. I love that combination. Now, if you were to buy all of these items individually, bearing in mind you've got the 1 mil wire mesh, you've got the leatherette cord, the suede cord, 3 strands of gemstones including the freshwater pearls, and your little 4-pack of souffle polymer clay, you'd be at £36.50, already the most competitive value on the market. But we're not staying there. We are going to take it down to Bargain Town. Really? Wow, under £25, so a saving of over £10 today. £24.95, that's a crisp £10 note back in your pocket this afternoon for this particular kit. Already lots of people coming through for that one. Of course, we're going to inspire you now with Debbie's fantastic designs. And when you see the beautiful suite of jewellery that Debbie's been able to put together, you are going to be blown away. I'm going to take me my peppermint tea with it. Wow, is all I can say about this. Did you feel quite inspired when you got hold of this?
Yeah, I love these sort of colours. They just make me smile. I just think they're gorgeous. They're just holiday colours, aren't they? Really?
They are.
They cheer you up.
They're almost like, I always use this analogy, but you know when you're coming into land and you see
Yes,
the graduating colours on the sea?
Holiday. Yes.
It looks amazing. That's the kind of graduation of colours you've got,
Absolutely.
isn't it? Because you've got the greens and the turquoise tones in there as well, but there is a bit more depth, and of course you're not limited because you can mix these polymer clays together to create lighter
That's right.
blends or more depth
That's
to the
right.
colour.
Oh, you can do all sorts of things with these. Don't just take them out of the packets and use them out of the packets. Start to blend the colours, and you can see how many different shades that you can get with just these 4 packets of clay. It's amazing.
Gorgeous. I love this suite of jewellery, I have to say.
You like this one,
I
don't
love
you?
it. I can't get over it. I just think I could see that on. Well, actually, do you know what? Little girls could wear that. Teenagers could wear it.
Yeah.
You could wear it every day to work, to the office.
Yeah.
You could wear it to a special event. It's just, they're all just so wearable. We were talking about this before the show,
Absolutely.
weren't we? And
I
using
never
polymer
ever
clay.
make anything that I wouldn't wear.
Right.
That I don't feel comfortable wearing. So I always try to make something that, yes, I could wear myself or sell. So
Absolutely, there you go. And all of these designs, you can see how wearable they are. Lots and I mean, those earrings, they're a real, they would be such a craft fair favourite, wouldn't they?
They would.
And I imagine, you know, you could charge a very affordable price point for those
Of
kind
course
of
you can,
things.
yeah. Sometimes it's nice to take something along that people can achieve. They can look at and think, oh, they're not too expensive, or kids can buy for their mum for Mother's
Yes.
Day, or what have you.
Oh.
You know?
That reminds me.
Yes.
Whoops. Okay, yes, fantastic. So yeah, that's a good consideration actually. Lovely to get a piece of bespoke jewellery for your mum.
Well, that's right. I think you have to be careful when you do your craft fairs that you look at the time of year and think, like, what's coming up, what occasion is coming up. So you must think about, right, I need to get something that kids can afford, and I think that's important.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Green and blue lapis.
That's
Those earrings there, I tried to get every shade possible. So you've got right from the pale blue to the dark green. So to the look at that on one strand. Those were from just unbelievable.
They're fantastic, aren't they?
Yeah. Fabulous.
Beautiful.
Fabulous.
I love this. Even if you do keep it really simple, I mean, this goes to show if you haven't quite
oh, that's off the other. Sorry, that's
I was just thinking, which gemstones?
I've given you a bit of an insight in what's in the next one.
Insight into the next ones, yeah.
It's the blue and green.
Similar colour tones.
I know,
though, yes. No. I was going to say is, if you're not quite confident with your polymer clay yet and you want to invest in this kit,
yeah.
I mean, you can pay $24.95 for freshwater pearls elsewhere.
You can.
I mean, I love this design with the lapis and the pearls. I mean, it's absolutely spectacular. Flying out the door, this particular kit, so if you do want to make that saving of over £10 and get freshwater pearls, lapis lazuli and that tropical blue quartz along with your leatherette cord, your suede cord, and of course the 1mm wire mesh, which is fantastic on the neckline, isn't it?
I know. I didn't. To be honest, I had so much clay left, and I had so many things. I thought I could have made 2 or 3 more things, but I just ran out of time. I had so much to do, but yes, I could have used it in all sorts of designs, flowers and what have you.
You've created these little flower designs, haven't you? So would you suggest that you could create that kind of detail and that effect?
Absolutely, you could. Yeah, you could definitely do that. You could definitely do that.
Well, we were talking before about using these carving tools to do it. So since so many people are texting in to say, I need the tools,
I know, and they are brilliant. They really are. They're very good quality. They look almost like dentist tools, don't they?
Do you know what? That's exactly what Lucy said on the handover. She just said, looks like you're going to do some dentistry work.
I know. They're very good quality. They're very hard wearing. Perfect for something like the souffle clay, which stays quite chalky once it's been baked. So for people that do little animals, like the dragons, you can get all the scales you can carve out, the flowers you can get all the stamens carved out. You can do all sorts of things with these. You can do modelling. If anyone does actual clay work, you know, with air set clay, don't think you just have to keep this for polymer clay. If you do another craft at home, these are perfect. Absolutely perfect for all sorts of crafts.
I think there's a lot of crafters already flying in, so a quarter of the stock's already been allocated, and we've only just put the graphics on screen. I'm going to just be honest with you. It's backed by popular demand. We only have 100 available. Well, I should say we had 100 available. Stella, who texted in, you were the first one to confirm. So there you go, you've got yours. It's $9.95, and really as Debbie rightly said, it's called the 12-piece set, but it's more like getting 24 because if I take them out, you can see that there's actually sculpting tools on both ends of each tool. And is that true of all the tools?
Yes, of everyone.
Every single one?
Everyone, because I've got a set. They're brilliant.
Oh, right, you use these for your designs?
Yes, I use these for the Mikumi garnet. You know, where you stab things and make different holes and different designs for the polymer clay? And they're perfect. They really are. They're good for smoothing your polymer clay as well, for making it nice and smooth and carving into it. It's just brilliant. They really are good.
Do you know, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but yesterday we did a silver clay special.
They'd be perfect.
Would they? Yeah. Okay.
The only thing I would say is I would keep them separate because one can contaminate the other.
Of course.
So keep some for silver clay and some for polymer clay, but you've got so many there, you can just split it down the middle.
Well, at $9.95, you could actually buy 2 sets. Well, exactly. You were saying earlier that you, in the past, have bought tools similar to this.
I bought some with the wooden handle, and they were 19, 20 odd pounds, and they were just for half a dozen or so. 6 or 8.
Yeah, so you had like 8
really
tools.
Good.
Here you've got 24 for less than £10. So it's quite incredible, really.
Really good value.
Amazing. Wow, these are literally flying out the door. Some people are grabbing 2 sets of these. I'm not surprised because the value is amazing. In fact, Alison in Hampshire is texting in and saying, whoop, got mine. I missed out the last few times. So there you go. As I say, they are backed by popular demand. They do tend to be very popular when we bring them to air. It looks to me like that could be a sellout deal. But while there's stock remaining, you can get involved with this deal. So add those to your order, just $9.95. And actually, haven't even established that it's quite a handy little pack as well.
Yes, it's nice and neat and tidy, isn't it, to take with you?
Because people do get a bit concerned about storing their tools, don't they? So there you go. All there. Okay, so which of our designs are we going to demo first then?
We're going to start to do the bracelet here, that cane, and then we'll take it into the larger one. I'm going to put you to work, Ed.
Okay.
You ready for this?
Yes.
You sure?
Lorraine will be very happy with you.
Why is that?
Lorraine's just texting every day since I started the mid-show saying he needs to do some work.
Oh, right, here we go. I'll get you going then. Now, you've seen me do this loads and loads of times because Becky's done this for me, I don't know how many times. So you can do this. All you need to do...
now you're bringing out the competitive spirit in me, right? Mine's got to be better.
All I've got here are 3 colours. Larger the blue, medium size for the beige and the green. All I need you to do is to pull it. I'll give you a blade, don't cut yourself, will you? And just cut it in half and put it back together. Okay?
Okay.
And then do it again. Press it into it, a triangle and then pull it as you do it to extend it, and then do it as roughly as possible.
Okay.
The rougher you do it, the better.
Okay.
All right, can you do that?
Yeah, no
It's got a
problem.
bit firm in here, but it should be right. So while I make the rest of this cane, Ed will be put to work. So here we go. So to make the petals, what I've done here is I've taken the turquoisey colour, and I've got some of the beige, and I'm going to pop that on top. Now this is for people who've never done clay before. When you make your clay canes, they're like a stick of licorice all sort, really. And sometimes the clay can stick to your tile. So use your blade to lift it, roll it around, let the beige clay touch the other side of the beige clay, and you probably see that it's ripped it a little bit, it's a bit sticky in here, and it will make a mark. So where it makes a mark, cut it, fold it over, and then you'll get a nice neat seam. Now polymer clay is very kind, so you don't have to do it absolutely perfectly. But just smooth it out with your fingers, and because it hasn't got any design inside it at the moment, you can roll it with your hands. So that is all ready now to put our detail on the inside. No, that's fine. And that's what Ed's doing. So can I pinch that back now?
No. Yeah.
Okay. No. Right.
Don't say no to Bulford.
So now I'm going to extend it to about the same size as the middle part of my cane. So I'm just going to extend. It doesn't matter that it's different sizes and what have you. And I'm going to cut that so it's about the same size. Now I'm going to put that inside this cane just to make it look a little bit different. So I'm going to press my blade into the cane and rock it backwards and forwards to open it, not cutting it in half, but just opening it up, okay, like so. And then I'm going to place this.
It's kind of like when you fillet a piece of meat to stuff it.
It is actually. I mean? Yeah, absolutely. It's quite right. So now I'm going to put that in the middle, okay? And this will make a petal. Now, that's going to sort of squidge around it. If I can just show you the end of it, I'm going to push the turquoise up to the top of the other colour. So I'm pushing the beigey clay and the turquoise around it. Not all around it, but that's now going to be my petal. Now every time you make these flowers, they'll be different. There's no way that you can, unfortunately, if somebody says, oh, can you make me something the same as that? You can't, unfortunately. But that's the nice thing, it's all unique.
Yeah, that's the point of it.
So we'll need to cut 5 petals, as I said many times before, that nature does things in odd numbers. But don't cut straight through, mark it with your blade, because it's really annoying when you get to the other end and you've got a tiny bit and then lots of long pieces of clay.
The more you do that as well, it'll become more natural.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or you can do it with a ruler if you want to.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to make this into more of a petal shape. So I'm going to pinch the top and just make it more into a petal shape. Now, obviously, the designs that I've done on the bracelet are a lot smaller, but this will make quite a large cane. You have to reduce it to whatever size you want. So there's my petals. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 petals. Now I need the inside, and I'm just using scrap, really. I've just used scrap clay, literally scrap clay that I've had left over from making these designs. So I'm going to use my scrap clay. I've got that here. And I'm going to now start placing the petals around the centre, and the centre is going to be the centre of the flower. So you can almost stand these up on your tile if it's easier. So there's the centre, and there's one petal. And then I've got a spacer, which means that the petals won't sort of go into just a circle. They will form a proper flower. So there's my second petal. And put my spacer. And then my third petal. And my spacer. And my fourth petal. Don't worry if you think it's not going to fit, because it will fit. There's one spacer one side. Oh, you can. Yeah, you can. And then the last one will fit in that little gap. Okay, so there's your flower. I do remember that you want to use all this cane. You don't want to end up just with a tiny little bit that you can use. So turn it over, because don't forget the other side. Make sure that one end is as nice as the other end. Otherwise, it's a total waste of time making a cane. Because otherwise you get usable sort of for about a centimetre and the rest of it is rubbish. That's a waste of clay. So there is your outside of your flower. And I'm now just going to wrap it in some of the beige clay just to make it a uniform colour. Let me just cut that off because it's not quite wide enough, and I can just piece that in. So don't worry about doing what I'm doing. See that here? It's not quite wide enough, but don't worry because you can just piece it.
Repair job.
Yeah, you can do a little bit of a repair job. In fact, I've got a bigger piece here. Bit of a repair job. Pop that in there.
Oh, perfect.
There you go. All right. Now, how do you reduce your canes? To reduce your canes, you have to make it into an hourglass shape in the middle, like so, and then pull. It's very tempting to put it in your hands and roll it, but
I was
don't.
just thinking that, so there you go. You went through exactly where my brain was going.
Don't do that, because if you do that, you twist the petals and then you start to distort the design
Right.
inside it.
So it's more like creating a cigar-like shape,
Exactly.
but not rolling
you
it
can
like a sausage.
give a bit of a roll when you get to the end like that,
Yeah.
but not twisting it, otherwise you lose the pattern.
Distorts the pattern inside, I see.
It
Okay.
does. Right, so I'm going to just take a little bit of a slice. And there is the little flower
that, it's so
inside,
cute.
okay? All right, there's a little flower
It
inside.
actually looks like a flower pressing, doesn't it?
It does, it does. Now, there are various things you can do with this sort of cane. You can take a slice of scrap clay. This is where I think this polymer clay is fabulous, because there is no waste, absolutely no waste at all. So anything that you make, you think, oh, I don't like that, you just put inside the next thing. So how do you make uniform beads? You can either use the bead rollers, which we have on the website, or take a sheet of clay, maybe done through the thickest setting on the pasta machine, which is number 1, and take a cut with lots of different cutters of the same size, and make sure you make more beads than you need, because it's better to get the best of a bad bunch. And then you can cover them. Slicing your canes comes with practice. You're better to make just a sausage of plain clay and sit and practice. There is no easy way around it, and it's the only way to be able to get uniform slices.
Right.
And that's what makes it look really nice. So here I'm just literally placing the patterns around a ball of clay. These are obviously not going to push together. They have gaps. Now, a trusty knitting needle or a cocktail stick.
Or your carving tool.
Or your carving tool,
good.
perfect.
I will just say, actually, we've got fewer than 20 of these remaining in stock now,
Gosh.
and more than 10 people have it in their basket. So if everyone was to check out, we'd only have single figures of availability. If you've got it in your basket, you need to
Really
check
useful.
out. If you want to get hold of them, you probably need to start dialing the free phone number. Sorry to interrupt.
No, not
but
at all, not at all.
Don't want anybody to miss out.
So the clay underneath, it could be scrap, and if it's scrap, it's going to be a different colour. So don't be tempted that where I've got gaps, to actually put another slice on. All you need to do is press that scrap away and push it together. Press the scrap away and push it together. So you don't add extra slices, which will probably ruin the design. You literally push the scrap away and then put it between your hands or on a bead roller if needs be, and there is your bead with lots of colours on. Now on the necklace I did here, I've actually done rondelles, great big rondelles of clay, because I thought it was a little bit different. And all I did was just make a round of clay and then just flatten it and make a hole through the middle, and I wanted to get cord through the middle. You know out there, you crafters, that trying to find beads with a big hole is like getting gold dust. So that's the good thing about polymer clay, is you can make a hole in the centre, whatever size you want, whether you're using your cutters or a knitting needle or what have you, and then you can put whatever cord you want through the middle.
So this is a massive benefit to jewellery makers then, because you can create a
Absolutely.
custom-made gemstone with as large a drill hole as you want.
You can indeed. And if you like me, I quite like my cane as it was. Now I know the cane I made was slightly paler, but you can see the different shades that you can get just out of the one packet. If you like the cane as it is, that's why I thought, I just like the pattern as it is. I'm just going to make a bracelet. I'm going to pop that back down onto my tile a second. So all I did was just literally take slices and then put the pins through, which is how I did the bracelet down here, and literally just put pins through, bake them, and then put them on with the beads. And
I love this.
And that, if I take that one, and that then becomes obviously just a bracelet just with your slices of cane, which I think works just as well.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love it.
So that's one of the designs.
Amazing.
Okay.
We're just going to bring everybody an opportunity because it looks like the carving piece tool set is going to be a sellout. But as I say, don't take my word for it. Speak to a member of the help team. If you've got it in your basket, check out. We're now going to bring you a little selection. Now I know that Debbie's going to be upset with me at the price here, but for once I'm not in charge of the prices. Normally when we've done these shows I've been producing and I've been getting told off, but I'm just part of the team today.
Got the hammer and everything. Oh,
so you've got we've got the 12-piece cutter set. Now actually I was talking about you yesterday because we brought this on screen and I was just saying that you are always a massive advocate of this because it's difficult to find these cutters in the sizes, in the variety of shapes, and when you do find them, the prices are normally through the roof. Yeah, the price
is usually a lot more than we have, and I have used one of those cutters actually in one of the designs, which I'll show you in a minute, so very useful.
Okay, Debbie, just going to tell you now, the producer's already told me that the price is going to be crazy.
Go on then.
Okay, we've also got the roller as part of this deal. This is a favourite tool of yours, isn't it?
Yep.
This is the acrylic roller set, and that allows you to create the little beads, doesn't it?
It does.
Absolutely perfect. And the rubber block and the hammer. You know what the hammer looks like, yeah? Yeah. And you get it all in your little Jewellery Maker box.
I love that box.
The box is fantastic. We were talking about storage solutions earlier on. It's perfect, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, really? It should already be pretty reasonable. £20.80.
Wow.
That's amazing, isn't it? For the hammer, the rubber block, the cutters, and the acrylic roller set.
And the box. The boxes are expensive, you know.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, I think we're in big trouble, Phil. £12.95.
No.
For everything you get there. So you've got your box, so you can keep it all nice and tidy. That'll make you popular in your house, because your workshop won't be a mess. And then you've got basically all of the essential tools. You've got the rubber block and the hammer. Oh, now the only drawback is that we only have a limited number available. Oh, right, okay. That's basically just because the management team recognised that Phil was doing something silly and limited how many he could create. So that means it's a first come, first served deal. We've got fewer than 50 of these available right now, and probably about 20 people that are in their basket already. I mean, honestly, for a hammer and block, you could pay over £20 from certain craft stores.
Those cutters, same sort of design in a different make, they're £7.95 just for those cutters. And the roller is about £10. So
there you go. You've already saved £5, and you've got a hammer, a block, and it all in the storage box.
Gift boxes are expensive as well. People forget
those.
Yeah. To buy a gift box.
I was thinking about it as a storage solution, but you're right. That could actually end up being a fantastic way to actually even present things or transport things to craft fairs, for example.
That's really good value.
That's a good point. My producer just made a fantastic point. How much would you have to pay from other suppliers to actually have all of this posted to you? Because you've got a hammer in here. It's not light. You've got a hammer and a rubber block in the box. And of course, some people will charge you per order. They'll charge you for the weight of your items. I've heard that a lot from Debbie Kershaw, for example, in the past, because she does the metal stamping. She's been told they've weighed her stamps before they sent it to her. They've nearly been the same price as the actual product. I paid £6.95 for posting packaging on Friday when I ordered something. £6.95.
And it makes it expensive then, doesn't it?
Well, the thing is,
really does.
I found the item I wanted on the website, and it was reduced by £20. I was like, yes, what a coup. And then, of course, they added the VAT on, they added the posting packaging on. I'm paying the same as I would have if I'd just gone into town and bought it from the shop.
I know.
That's not what happens here at JewelleryMaker. 1 P&P per day of £2.95. 35 of these have already been allocated. We had just over 50, but we've got fewer than that remaining now. We've probably got around about, well, less than 20 remaining stock, I'm being told. So if you want to check out your baskets, you better do so as quickly as possible. Okay, we're going to continue with the demo then.
Okay. Right, so if anyone of you got those cutters, perfect for this. Because we're going to look at doing different little petals and flowers. Now this is out of that cutter set. This one is one of the cutters that you've just seen in that cutter set, this little flower. Okay, that is actually out of that set. So that I've used to make the bracelet with the little flowers. So yes, it's out of there. So I'm going to just literally take some of the clay, and I've mixed a little bit of the beige, a bit of the blue and a bit of the green together to get this lovely sort of aqua, sort of jadey sort of colour. That's it. Those really
the
pretty.
cutter that we're using.
Little ones would love to make these sorts of things. They're so easy to make. That's it. It's the same cutter there.
And saying you can sit down with it and actually create something for Mother's Day or for birthdays or what have you, can't you?
Absolutely, beautiful.
Fantastic.
So all I did was take my my flower cutter and I exaggerated the petals slightly. So if I just take this and use my knitting needle just to push them out, and then to exaggerate each petal, you just push them out. Now with those carving tools, it's a lot easier to do because some of them have got like a scoop on the edge of them, and that's perfect. Some of the carving tools have got the right shaped end to them to do it.
Do you want to use any of them?
No, it's all right.
You're all right.
I don't want to ruin
the world's
it.
leading expert.
No, I just don't want to ruin it in case somebody's going to buy them. And then you literally just push your pin through the middle, bend it over with your fingers. That's it. I mean, how simple and easy is that? You can use these as bead caps if you want to, or use them as individual flowers, and you can see how pretty they look just individually. And I like to do, when I do my polymer clay demos, to do something that kids can do as well, to get them involved, because I think it's nice to get them into doing this in a big way.
But they're easily achievable, but very wearable.
They are.
So
but these little flower cutters, you can make them as different as you want. I mean, I've accentuated the petals, and then you can go around if you want to and accentuate them even more just by pushing each petal in with a cocktail stick or something, just pushing the petal in, and then it becomes more exaggerated. So you can make them as intricate or not, and then you can even go further with the carving tools and start to put the indentations that you get sometimes on the petals coming out. The more time you have to make it look more real, can I hold it up to the camera there? Probably could pick it up better there, can't you, than overhead.
You got my daughter into polymer clay, didn't you, Deb?
Yeah.
We're on the birthday show. She just sat in there all day. Good as gold, didn't she?
I know, she did. But you see what I mean about putting the details, and you can start to manipulate it with your fingers to make it look more like a little flower, and that looks really basic. But the more time you spend doing them, the better, to be honest. But not only do we have these sorts of cutters, but we have some that are larger, the cutters, the flower cutters. Where are they? These are in a cutter set that I think you might find on the website, the 25-piece cutter set. And these are larger flowers, and I think there are 5 in a set. So to make the flowers that are on the longer necklace, all I did was, again, take my cutters and cut each size. You can cut the same colour, or you can cut different colours, it's up to you. And then using either the bottom of a paintbrush or your carving tools or something like this, you literally just push them out, just accentuate them, go all the way around. And when you've done that, you can just do it with your fingers if you want to, if you haven't got any tools at home.
I've only got single figures remaining of the toolbox.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. And do the same with each layer, okay? Go around each layer and make them more fluted. You see what I mean? Just make them more petal shaped. Pull them out. Take time making them look like little petals. All right? I'm going to put that one down and do the next one. Flatten the edges and push the knitting needle into the clay, which pulls those petals out. Then start to push the petals up and layer them. I think I did about 5 layers on the ones on that necklace, but I'm just going to do 3 for now, just so you can see how they can fit in to each other. And then with your tool, this is when the carving tools would be really useful, to start lifting all these petals and then put it onto the next layer. And the more time you take doing these, the better, but you can start to lift each petal.
That's a really fresh springtime colour as well,
It is, it's really pretty. But you can see the idea, and the more layers you do, the more fluffy it looks. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So can you have a look at the necklace that's there? I don't know if you can see it from there,
you want me to bring it over?
No, it's okay. You can see I've done 5 layers there and taken my time to lift every one. And you can see the more time you take and the more that you pull those petals out and the different sizes, the more fluffy it looks.
Yeah, gorgeous. It's almost like a carnation.
It is really, yeah. So take time. It does take practice, but you can do it. I'm sure you can do it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Actually, the great thing about all of these techniques is the end product looks very detailed, very intricate, but actually the techniques look very achievable.
Yeah,
I hope you,
they do.
Yeah, it doesn't detract from the designs.
No, absolutely.
Do you know what? You could. I was talking then about the colour tones. Now, I'm just going to tell you right now, I've only got 40 available of this, and this is the only drawback of putting together such a large bundle.
Oh, there are things hiding as well.
I was going to say, you can't even see
that.
everything you're going to get in this.
Oh my goodness
I mean,
me.
it is really quite incredible.
It is.
Alright, do you know what? I'm going to spread them out a little bit. I want everybody to see what they're going to get. Now, I've already been getting in trouble because I let everybody know about this last night, and people are like saying, I'm going to be at work, or my bank manager's not going to be a fan of you, kind of thing. But trust me, the value we're about to provide you with, don't worry. I want to lay it all out because I want everybody to see everything they're going to get. I'll show you how far it will go then as well. Now, everything you're going to get.
Like that? Okay.
Yeah. So we can pan across it and see exactly how many we're going to get. Amazing. I was going to say it's a rainbow of colour, but there's more colours in here than you find in a rainbow probably.
Oh,
look at that.
My goodness me.
Okay, there's already a quarter of the stock been allocated, so 10 of these already gone. I only had 40 to start with.
Oh my goodness.
It is going to fly out the door because anybody who's interested in polymer clay is going to recognise not only that you get virtually every colour tone going, but the value is ridiculous. Half the stock's now been allocated.
Really, I'm not surprised.
You need to start checking out your baskets because I've also got a queue on the free phone line. You're only investing your time on the phone line. Of course, it is a free phone number here at JewelleryMaker. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. As I say, 1 P&P per day. So even if you've just bought a hammer and a rubber block and everything in a box and you add this to your order, still only going to pay $2.95 from midnight to midnight. There you go. There's everything you're going to get. And do you know what that reminds me of? That image there. Christmas tree.
Yeah.
And we're about to bring you Christmas in February because it should be $49.25. I'm going to take them down to less than £2 per block. In fact, £1.57 per block of Sculpey clay. Every day's Christmas Day here at JewelleryMaker. $39.25. Wow, is all I can say about that. Once again, buyers coming in from across the globe.
Said that both together then. Yes, it was brilliant. We did. I said wow together.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Phil's big bundle of polymer clay there. Congratulations to Sean, Christine, Shirley, Sophia, Jennifer, Fran, Veronica, Janet, Louise, Susan, Tanya, Jane, Katrina, Karen, Barry, Gillian, and Pat in Menorca. You need to check out your basket. You're going to miss out on this deal. Oh, there's a queue on the phone line. There's another 10 people waiting on the phone line to grab this. I think this is going to be a sellout deal. There's been a message come through. It's come through from Liz in Kent. It says, hello, Ed and Debbie. Millie, who is 2, is watching and has just brought me a block of clay to cut to... That could be the youngest ever jewellery maker at 2, because I did this a few weeks ago, because I know that there's a lot of young jewellery makers out there. Sarah's son's a very talented jewellery designer. Who was it? Somebody texted. Eva. She's only 8. She's very talented jewellery designer. But 2, that's pushing it.
That's fab. And even a 2-year-old, you know, can do a little cutter and make little flowers.
Yeah, be careful when they're cutting it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I won't leave them with a...
No.
No.
Of course not. Sandra's texting as well to say, hi Debbie, I love your designs. We question, how do you get a gloss on the clay? Now this is something we're going to look at in the next kit, isn't it?
Yes. We'll go through finishing and that sort of thing in the next kit and I'll show you how to do it.
There you go. So stay tuned, Sandra, and we'll show you that in the second half of the show. Michelle's also texting to say, I got the first 25-pack bundle you did not too long ago. It's brilliant. Love your designs, Debbie. That's from Shelley in Hartlepool.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
There you go.
Such good value.
Okay, So, really, so I've got 11 of these remaining in stock, but I've got 13 people with it in their basket, so somebody is going to miss out on this deal. So if you've got it in your basket, you need to check out, because there's also people coming through on the free phone number. In fact, there you go. An anonymous buyer just bought some on the phone. Alan just bought some via the phone line. So I think people are going to miss out on this deal. I tried to warn you, it was a limited edition. Incredible value. I mean, Debbie does a lot of research into what you can pay on the high street for this, and we were saying that, you know, the most competitive price, about $220.
$229 is quite normal to get them at $229. I've seen them $250, but then you've still got postage or car parking or to pay, you know. So
if you've already got your order up and running, you don't really need to consider P&P.
No.
Even at £2.25, £2.95 for your posting and packaging, sorry, that's still amazing value for everything you get in there, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is.
Absolutely phenomenal. $39.25 looks to me like that's going to be a sellout deal, because we've only got single figures remaining now on that one. So did we have it? We had one more.
Do you want me to do another one? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody's loving it, so why
Good.
not? I'll move all of this out of your way now, so I'll just get excited.
Right. There is a real thing at the moment on Facebook and everywhere to do vintage designs, things that look like the old cameos and that used to have flowers or what have you around. So this is something that is really simple to do, and it's good if you've got a box of scrap clay and you think, I love those colours but I don't know what to do with them. So you can pick out one of the colours in your base bead, which is what I've done here with the blue, and start to take these tiny, and I do mean tiny, tiny little bits of clay like this, and just roll them into a little circle. Take your cocktail stick or your pin and just pick them up and put them onto your clay. Now what you're trying to do is form a petal. It is a bit time consuming doing this, but it's quite therapeutic actually. So there's 2 petals. I'm only going to do one little flower because you can get the idea. There's 3. There's 4. Whoops, if it sticks. 4. This looks stunning if you do black clay with white flowers, or the other way around, or even black clay with translucent flowers, and it looks just beautiful, absolutely beautiful. You can make designs that look almost like lace, which is really pretty. So there you can see that you've literally used a tiny, tiny little amount of clay, and then if I take the centre, pop the centre in the middle. There, you've got your own little flower. Now you can build whatever design you want on there. You can see that I've got a pendant. If I just bring that over.
I'll bring it for you, Deb.
Sorry, knocking things over.
Sorry.
A pendant here which I've gone all the way round. Oh, you've got a picture of it there. There we go. But I've gone all the way round. Well done. I've gone all the way around doing lots of different colours of flowers, and you can do whatever design you want really. But you can go as mad as you want, or as simple as you want, or you can do snakes of clay and bits and pieces. You can do all sorts of things. So that's a good one to do. Then what do? You end up, as you saw earlier, with all these bits, as you know, at the end of your canes, and you think, what on earth am I going to do with all this rubbishy bits? And that's usually when you get, as you all know, that's usually when you get your pendant at the end that looks better than probably what you've been working on for ages, and it's extremely frustrating. So I'm going to just squidge it all together, roll it in my hands, and then twist it. And then if you twist it and twist it and twist it, you can see, as you've seen me done before, you can see that you end up with like a striped clay. So I'm going to put that into my clay roller now. Just take it over to my clay roller and put that through, and you end up with this striped clay, okay, which is now has all the colours of the design that you're making. To go on the other half of my pendant, I just took, this is the cane that I made at home, and I just took some green clay, some beige clay and some blue clay, and I made it into a cane and squashed it into sort of a square, and then cut it in half and put it together until I got my cane, like so. Then when you've got your cane of lots and lots of different circles, you can then take your slices, this is what I say you should practice, because this is what makes it look nice, that if they're all the same sort of thickness, excuse my hand being in the way, and another one, okay, like so. Move that over. So there's one side, but on the other side, because you've just made your stripes, they will coordinate. Okay. So then you can take whatever cutter you want. I've got, what have I got here? I've got part of an oval. I'll do 2 sides of an oval. 1, 2. 1. Let's just do a small one, like so. Then you can get some cling film or some parchment or something and put over the top to get rid of your fingerprints, and you can make your design. Now I'm going to make that into a leaf shape. Polymer clay evolves. You start doing one thing.
Right.
That's right. As you start doing one thing, because I didn't like that then, because I didn't like the oval, I thought, no, don't like that. You can start to sort of form it into whatever shape you wish. You can do a leaf if you want to.
I love that.
So you can do whatever you want to do. So you can make your pendant whatever you want. And the pendant I did there, which is the big one, on the big bust stand, that's it, the tall one, obviously is a larger one with this oval. But just to show you how different they can look, and you can put a stripe of colour down the middle if you want to pull out the colour of the suede. Also, a tip for those of you who have just started with clay, you can bake your suede, you can bake your leather, you can bake chain, you can bake cord, you can bake all sorts of things in the oven. You don't have to take them off. So if I wanted to, I could actually bake that onto a piece of cord or suede, or even fold it in half and use it as like a bale with something underneath it. Perhaps do that and put with cord in between. Polymer clay, I love it because you can do whatever you want with it.
It's quite a fluid design process then, isn't it? Because you can express your own personality while you're working. So if something doesn't take you fancy, you can just change it.
But
I like that.
One thing I would say is never, ever, ever, ever sit down to make polymer clay when you haven't got a design.
Right.
You've got to think about
first.
Even if you sit down with something in mind and it ends up being something else, don't sit down and think I'm going to have a play, because you'll end up with brown mush clay.
Right.
Because you won't know what to do.
Got you.
So it's better to sit down with a project and then think, oh, that's evolved
so
into something else.
Yes, that's a good word is for it to evolve while you're doing it. But have a plan to begin with.
Yeah, have a plan to begin with and sit down and enjoy it.
That's a good idea. Well, that is amazing opportunities that we've brought you already as part of the polymer clay selection, but we do have one more little selection to bring you now. This is one of the items that's got me in a lot of trouble with Debbie in the past, with the beading rack, because the price point that we are able to provide you with any time is amazing, isn't it?
Yes.
But when we put it into a bundle, the value goes through the roof, and you're always exasperated.
Yeah, you don't need to do it because it's a good price anyway.
It's an amazing product, isn't it, the baking trays?
It is actually. It saves a lot of hassle. I have 4 or 5 of these, and I can get 3 in my little toasting oven.
Okay.
And I can cook hundreds of beads on workshops, but it saves your other trays and things at home. It's just useful.
That's the other thing, isn't it? Because
really useful.
some of my roasting trays are very expensive, I'll have you know, so I couldn't be putting polymer clay on them, you see. Yeah. I don't mess around with my culinary items, you see. But I have to say, the great thing about them is these, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you can suspend your beads on the rack, and therefore you get the cylindrical shape. You don't get a little flat base.
That's right.
If you want that, that's fine. But if you want to create a classic round bead,
by
suspending them on there, then you're laughing. As you say, you've got multiples of these, so you can cook loads and loads of beads at once.
I've got loads and loads. So with this bead baking tray, you put your beads across the top. You can pop your pendants inside on the base there. You can also have your 45-degree cutter, which is here if you want to cut your canes. And if you've got something like a bangle and you want to raise it so it's not going to be flat, you can sort of lean them against here, or pendants or what have you. Or even you can, if you've got room in your oven, stand something up like that and bake it so it's hanging down.
Ah, genius.
Okay.
So many options. Now you do get the acrylic tray with it.
Do take it out.
Do not bake any of your beads while you've got the piece of acrylic inside, because it will melt and destroy your tray and probably make a right mess in your oven as well.
Yes, that's for making long logs of clay if you want to do bangles or something like that.
So just to make those longer, like sausage or cigar-like shapes, basically, for some of the designs, you've got that in there as well. So it's a fantastic item. And of course, we always give you the most competitive price in the market, but we have put it together with the bead roller. So we've bundled it together. We've created a wholesale deal here I know I'm going to get in trouble for this. No, you love this.
And you get pins in there as well.
Oh, yeah, you got more pins.
Yeah, which are perfect, yes.
Oh, there's quite a lot in there, isn't there? And the bead roller. Well, this is a...
Can you get it apart?
I can't. Yes,
There
I
you
can.
go.
There you go. Ah, so this makes the rice beads.
That's right.
Aha! I've never seen this one before.
Ah.
Ah, actually, you've got a rule on either side as well. We were talking before about being precise with your measurements and stuff. Aha, so, I haven't seen this one. So this makes the focal points, the almost like the faceted rice beads that we see here at JewelleryMaker. So there you go. You've got the bead roller, and you've got the pins, the baking tray in there as well. So there's everything you're going to get. And if you were to buy them any other time, it'd be $19.90. Already amazing value. I'm sure that you've experienced much higher price points for items. Probably not even as comprehensive as these in the past, Debbie, because you always do tell me. We're not even staying there. I'm getting worried.
Yeah, with pins here.
We've gone to half price, $9.95. So it's basically buy one get one free. Essentially. $9.95. Wow. Half price on these items. Essential for all polymer clay artists. Look at Debbie's just shaking her head. Don't think about that. Think about this question from Fran instead.
Okay, cool.
How long do you bake in the oven for, please? Loving the show. Also do you have to store your canes before and after baking, please? Sorry, a novice.
No, it's lovely to see
Only
new
obvious
people
if
here.
you're not.
Absolutely. Fran, what you have to do is have a look at your design, and for every 1/4 inch, you bake it for 15 minutes. Okay, so if you have a bead that's really, really fine, then you can bake it for 15 to 20 minutes. If it's a big fat bead, I'd bake it for about half an hour, take it out and make sure it's okay, hasn't cracked or what have you, because you can repair it and put it back in. So yes, bake it for 15 minutes for every 1/4 inch at between 110 to 130 degrees. All the details are on the back of the packets that we send you on the clay, so that explains it really, really well. How to store your canes. Okay. Because they're made of PVC particles, they react with some plastics. So make sure that it's in a box that is this colour. Excuse me, reaching across. These are very old and very dirty, I know, because they're reused. It has to be in a box that's this sort of thickness, that's slightly opaque, and normally on the bottom it will have a 5 with a triangle around with an arrow, which means it's recyclable. And if you
use your takeaway tubs, it'll eat through them, won't
absolutely.
it? Yeah.
The best way to try it, to be honest, is to take a tiny little speck of polymer clay, pop it in the bottom of the box in the corner, and leave it for 2 days. And believe me, you will know if it's the right sort of box, because it will start to eat in, and it'll be like chewing gum. You'll try and get it out, and it will start to have eaten into the box. Right. So you'll know if it's the right sort of box or not. But if you leave your clay out, I've got this tile at home, and I've got the top of a bigger version of that lid, if you like. And if I know I'm going to use it for 24 hours, I'll just put that lid on top of my clay, on top of all my projects, and know that's covered. Because it's the plasticizer that soaks up the dust in the air that makes it go dry.
Got you.
It won't air dry. It's not like air dry clay. You'll be able to make. I've got canes that are 6, 7 years old, and I still use them. But if they're touching and they're old canes, if you store them and they're touching like that, where they touch, sometimes the clay will stick together, and when you try and pull them apart, it will rip off one side. So put a little bit of parchment paper. No, not cling film. Cling film is a plastic, so
of course
it'll stay
it'll eat
sticky.
through those as well. Yeah. There you go.
You can wrap it in cling film for a little while, but after a while it will go tacky, and I mean after half an hour it will start to stretch.
Right. So it's got to be.
So it's got to be parchment or greaseproof paper.
It's grease,
or
I was going to say.
something.
Yeah, makes sense.
Don't use copy paper, because that will leach the clay, and that means it will take out the. If it's really sticky, that's how you make it firm again, and it draws out all the oils out of it. So it must be greaseproof paper, so it doesn't soak everything up and dry it up. So
there you go.
There you go. Once it's baked, you can do anything with it, because it's baked. You can put it anywhere. Yeah.
There you go. Hopefully we've covered all the bases there. Had another question. This is coming from Sophie, but Phil, our producer, was just about to ask you the same question. Actually,
can you overbake?
Can you overbake the clay? So that's coming from Sophie.
No, and yes.
Yes, that makes things clear.
Just leave it there. No.
Yeah.
You can bake and bake and bake and bake clay. So I do polymer clay collars where I have about 6 or 7 bakes, and that's probably in for about an hour and a half or 2 hours sometimes at different sections. that's fine as long as it's the right temperature. You can overbake clay at too hot a temperature and then it will scorch. If you get a thermometer, a little oven thermometer, because my home oven is hotter at the front than the back, so I bought a little camping oven which you can get from loads of different shops. One or two very well-known shops that you go to the counter and you A, B or C, you know the one I mean. At the moment they've got offers on, I didn't say the word, they've got offers on between £14 and £19 an oven at the moment. Oh. So that is good value if you're going to be doing it because it's got a timer. Whereas you put it in your own oven, the doorbell goes or the phone goes and you burn it. So so if you've got a timer, you spend on 15 minutes. There. Yes. There'll be a rush on them now.
Okay, somebody else texts in, so how do you use the bead roller, please?
Okay.
Just do it.
Right, so here is the bead roller, and inside there should be, there we go, another piece. I'm not going to push it in because you can't get it out once you push it in, and this is probably going back into stock. It's got a little thing there that you push in, and then that sits on top, and it makes it come together. So eventually they sit like that, okay? So that's that. And inside, they've got really comprehensive instructions in these bead rollers. And it shows you at the top here, if you can have a look at this picture, it shows you if you put clay in 1/2 of this bead roller and you shave it so it's nice and flat, you measure 3/4 of an inch and cut it, and that's how much clay you need to make each bead. Do you understand that?
Perfect, yeah.
Okay,
makes sense.
So once you put your clay inside, for instance, and this may not work because it's probably not going to be the right size, but just imagine that's the right amount of clay. You literally put that in the middle, and then this is not enough clay, but you roll it like so, and then the bead will come out.
Come out the other end.
But you've also got little holes here and here, so you don't have to touch your bead, because if you get fingerprints on, that's a problem. So put them where the holes are, put that on top.
Got it.
Okay, and then you push your bead through the little guide holes, and it goes through the centre of the bead. The pin, through the centre of the bead. You lift it and put it on your baking tray, and then you don't have to touch the bead, so you don't get your fingerprints on. They really are good. They're very good.
The pins do come with the item as well.
They
so
do.
You just literally
they do.
slide the pin in, ready to be baked. Michelle's also texted in to say, I accidentally burnt some pieces once, but I saved them by putting Swelligant on afterwards.
Yes, and sometimes it's nice to actually burn them, because I've done petals of roses before now and actually deliberately scorched the edges.
Nice.
So they look like they're old. So sometimes it's quite nice to do it actually, but do be careful. I'm not telling you to burn your
But it's an effect if you choose to create that. That's quite interesting, isn't it? Now, we are going to go to a quick break. If you've got any more questions for Debbie, then don't hesitate to text in. And after the break, we'll be inching ever closer to my presenter pick today. Single figures of availability. I have to warn you on that. Only have a few of these remaining in stock, but you can't resist the opportunity to bring you Tanzanite of this quality, probably one of the most luxurious and sought after gemstones on the planet, in perfectly polished rounds. Not something we have every day. Single figure, so 9 lucky people can add Tanzanite to their collection. After the break, we'll be back in 2.
Polymer clay? Then why not come and join guest designer Debbie Bulford and be introduced to this creative medium? Debbie will guide you through the basic techniques of creating bead shapes, canes, pendants, feature beads and much more. The full course includes black and white clay, a colour clay pack of your choice, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to the Gemstone Museum and our shop. And all this for just $64.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you.
JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Learn great techniques with this fantastic DVD, Extruder Edition 1.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford and presenter Ed McKay and start creating new, exciting and colourful pieces of polymer clay using the multifunctional Extruder tool. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Download the Jewellery Maker app today. You can watch our Jewellery Maker shows live, view all the details of the item that is currently on air, as well as browsing all the items from today's show. You can also minimise the video or switch to use as a companion app. Get the Jewellery Maker app today and boost your viewing experience.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford for this exciting polymer clay accessories DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of projects, including pen tops, charms, badges, buttons, and how to create the animal print look. This DVD is ideal for all levels and great to have some fun with the kids. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
We all know having the right tools for the job is important, so we here at Jewellery Maker have designed a toolkit which includes all your essential pliers for jewellery making, including round nose and flat nose pliers, wire cutters, as well as a bead reamer, snips and tweezers. You've got everything you need for just $9.95. We provide the tools, you provide the skills. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Designer Inspiration Show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. More importantly, we are joined by the fantastic Debbie Bulford.
Hello.
You right, Deb?
Yes, thank you.
Deb's been having lots of fun creating our beautiful polymer clay items, and everybody's enjoying the show so far, having lots of lovely feedback. Don't forget, if you've got any questions for Debbie, that you can text in to 60777. Start your text with the phrase JM Studio to make sure it comes through to my producer. Otherwise, if you're shopping online, you've got the web text box. It comes straight through to his screen. So if you've got any questions, don't hesitate to get involved. Now, I'm very excited because I spotted this earlier today. I had to make it my presenter pick because at the moment we are having a little bit of a crisis within the industry in regards to this particular gemstone. This has been one of the biggest selling, one of the most popular and luxurious gemstones available on the market over the last decade or so, certainly with our sister channel Gems TV, for example. One of the reasons this gemstone is so sought after, so prestigious, is that it is a one location gemstone. We only know of one known source, one mine, and of course it's located in Tanzania, which is where the gemstone's named after, that location, Tanzanite. Now that particular mine is called Tanzanite 1, so clues in the title there. There is just that one location. Now, we used to think that this was going to be a depleted resource. We used to think this is going to run out very, very quickly. And when I first started working in the industry, I was told this was going to be a one-generation gemstone. Now, as we started to excavate a little bit deeper into Tanzanite 1, we found that actually, where you normally would drill at a certain angle and come across deposits, Tanzanite tends to form in step-like formations within the mine. So actually what we were doing is we were drilling down at one angle thinking, oh no, we've used all the Tanzanite, and then we'd find that if we drill downwards we find some more. So then we got a little bit more buoyant, a little bit more optimistic about Tanzanite and how far it was going to go. Obviously now we've known that for quite a few years now, so we've been drilling downwards, different angles, finding all the deposits, but it's so popular. And of course, not just here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, this is one of the most luxurious and sought after gemstones across the market, exclusively sold by Tiffany's when it was first discovered, and still very, very prominent with the elite high-end jewellery designers across the world. So It's just becoming more competitive, more difficult. About 18 months ago, the head of mineralogy in the area in Tanzania actually sort of intervened with some of the processes that were going on, because we used to be able to go direct to Tanzanite 1 and just, you know, buy the rough, which is how the industry had always worked. We would then ship it to our own personal cutting facility. That's how we work here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. We try to cut out as many middlemen to give you affordable prices on luxury goods. But, you know, they have to protect their own natural resources. There's a huge part of their economy is made up from the export of Tanzanite, and so they put new rules in where all the Tanzanite would actually be cut on site. So all the cutting of Tanzanite would occur in Tanzania, which is pretty sensible from their point of view. But of course we're expecting to see a hike in the price as a result. Now, I don't know when this particular strand of Tanzanite was mined. I don't know when it was cut, where it was cut. Of course, I'm not privy to that information. But what I do know is that right now, we can't get hold of any Tanzanite. We haven't seen a sizable deposit coming out of Tanzanite 1 for well over 6 months now, possibly getting on for a year actually. And so, the industry is starting to turn its attention to other gemstones. I know this for a fact because, of course, I work in the industry. The owner of the company, a real-life gem hunter, Mr. Steve Bennett, he's turning his attention to other gemstones such as kyanite and sapphires to replace the kind of gulf that's going to be left if we can't get hold of any Tanzanite. And right now, in terms of the industry, we're not seeing the opportunity to get hold of this gemstone. It is only available from that very, very prestigious one location in Tanzania. We have got a strand for you here, and normally if I was looking at sort of lower quality Tanzanite, I might think, well, that doesn't really influence the opportunity to bring you Tanzanite here on JewelleryMaker, because if we're looking at a strand of nuggets, we've still got, you know, rough quality Tanzanite coming out of the mine every now and then. There's probably enough of that built up for us to be able to provide that when it's available on the market, of course. But when we're looking at a strand of Tanzanite this high in quality, with this intense colour tone, you'd probably say this is what you're looking for. You know, Tanzanite is traditionally graded using an A to treble A or even quadruple A rating. I mean, you've got to say that if this was high enough carat weights, if this was being set into 18 karat gold accented with diamonds, this would probably be at least double A, wouldn't it? Because we're looking at polished rounds, we wouldn't give it a grading in those kind of respects. Instead, we're able to offer you 200 carats of Tanzanite. Perfectly polished 8mm rounds. Now, I started with just single figures of availability. Congratulations if you've already confirmed your purchase, and quite a few people already have. I've got 5 remaining in stock. There's people with this in their basket as well. It is $99.95 for 200 carats of one of the most luxurious and prestigious and rarest gemstones on the planet. As I say, we don't know how much longer we'll be able to bring you Tanzanite of this quality. I don't just mean here at JewelleryMaker, I don't just mean here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. The industry is having a real issue with getting hold of Tanzanite at the moment. And to bring you this at 50 pence per carat is ridiculous. I have to say that. It is absolutely phenomenal. 50 pence a carat for Tanzanite of this quality is out of this world. And just have a look at how far that 200 carats actually will go. I mean, I would probably say you can be quite sparing this. I'm thinking sterling silver spacer bead on a pair of shepherd hooks, Tanzanite earrings. You're looking at a pretty penny, because you could potentially be offering your customers something they can't get elsewhere. That's how rare it is at the moment to find jewellery quality Tanzanite. These are flying out the door, I'm afraid. I would definitely advise that you add your authenticity card to your order, because, you know, if you're adding Tanzanite to your order, you're instantly adding that level of luxury, that level of quality to your designs, and you want to be able to translate that to your customers. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 pairs of earrings, and you'd have one left over. So you can put that on a charm or an extended chain to add value to another design. So you've actually got well over 50 gemstones on this particular strand. It is done by carat weight, of course, so if you get 49, don't blame me. You've got 200 carats. So that works out at less than £2 per Tanzanite. I mean, imagine a solitaire ring featuring these. They do have, let me just have a look at the drill hole actually. Ah, now you've got 2 threads through there. Debs, what do you think? 0.6, 0.8 mil wire through there potentially? Definitely think 0.6.
Yes, definitely 0.6 I would think. Definitely 0.6. Gosh,
Wow.
they're big holes actually, aren't
They are, aren't they? To get 2 of the threads through the drill hole, that's sizable for Tanzanite, isn't it?
They're beautiful, aren't they?
8 mil polished rounds as well, which isn't a sort of traditional cut for Tanzanite either. We don't see that many polished rounds. 8 mil, their uniformity in size. I mean, guest designer Jan with some white pearls, those freshwater white pearls from your previous kit.
They're gorgeous. And it's the one thing, I've said this before, but it's the one thing when people come on workshops and they're able to go to the shop, the shop that we've got out there, the staff shop. That's the one thing they say every time. Have you got any Tanzanite rings?
Yeah.
It's the one thing they all want to buy, Tanzanite rings.
I just
every
bought
time.
one. I just bought one from the shop.
Yeah, and then they want to keep it, not so to wear it, to keep it and put it away to, you know, increase in value, and quite right too.
Yeah, it does. It's one of those gemstones that we are expecting, I should say, to have an inherent value because we don't know how long it's got left. I don't know what's going to happen. We might find some more Tanzanite tomorrow somewhere, but right now that seems to be the situation. Okay, we've got more people with this in their basket than strands available now, so I am expecting this to be a sellout deal. Now, if you are roaming in, I can understand that is a considered price point at $99.95 for some jewellery makers, but for what you're getting there, it works out at 50 pence per carat for Tanzanite. Amazing deal. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. You're not under any pressure to keep your strand quibble-free. So congratulations if you did get hold of that. Maybe you are in the market for luxury gemstones and you want that little bit of je ne sais quoi to add to your designs. I have also got the opportunity to add Ethiopian Opal to your collection today. Now, if you haven't seen this before, it has previously featured on the Late Show and on the Morning Show. This is a premiere strand for the Designer Inspiration Show today. The pinfire is absolutely out of this world. This is what we generally associate with Opal. Very difficult for me to show you it here in the studio. I have tried virtually every possible scenario. I've had torches, I've had the lights turned off. It's just the studio lighting. It's the only thing that's really kind of providing us with a problem. The greens, the purples, the orange tones, it is phenomenal. It's a last of stock deal on the Ethiopian Opal. Actually, it is coming through there. We can see it there. The greens and the oranges all coming through on that little section there. You can see that? Such an exciting opportunity. It's coming up pretty soon. Well, in about 10 minutes time. Not long to go. So get your phone in hand. We're going to move on. Oh, is that this one? This is gorgeous. Do you know what I love about this? The colour tones again. Tell you what, Phil. You've got an eye for colour here, hasn't he? Ah, his father's a printer. So you've got design.
Oh.
Design in your genes then. There you go. He said
I
his
like
mum
those.
was a scanner. His uncle's a photocopier. No, I'm joking. I'm just messing around. So, have a look at this. This is a little selection of shell pearl. We're talking about, you know, I suppose the practical applications of an organic mineral earlier today, because it works so well alongside your cultured pearls, your freshwater pearls, because it gives you very similar effect, but you've got the uniformity. And here you've got these gorgeous lilac shell pearls that are 8mm in size. You've got the peacock shell pearls, which are just 6mm, and then have a look at these. Now, these are described online as grey.
They're not grey.
Flat drops, but they're not
I
grey.
like those. Can I have those, please?
They're amazing. They're like a teal colour, aren't they?
I want them, please.
There you go.
Have them, please.
Okay, so
Can I have
do you
them,
want to
please?
do something with these?
Yes, I want them,
Okay,
please.
it's designer
Yes,
inspiration.
very much.
And so we're going to do something with this particular... I'm just going to give them straight to Debs. Is that right?
Go on then. Thank you very much.
There you go, Debs.
Thank
you can have
you.
a little play.
Thank you very much.
Why not? You see what you're going to get there. So you've got the lilac in the 8mm, you've got the peacock in the 6mm, and then you've got the, well, we say flat drops, but they're basically petal shapes.
Yeah,
Let's cut
they're
to the chase.
lovely, love
$7.95 for all 3 strands.
Love them, love them, love them. Thank you very
Phil
much.
doesn't mess around with his prices, does he, Debs?
Thank you.
There you go. Deb's happy
Thank you.
now because she gets to play with beautiful gemstones. They're an organic mineral, of course, they're the shell pearl. And look at that colour combination again with the purples. I love the way you can pick out the lilac tones in the, well, the nacre of both the kind of through-drilled droplets and the peacock pearls. So you can pick out those lilac tones in the, I was going to say pearlescence. It's not traditional pearlescence, but it's very, very similar. The effect that you get from the nacre of the shell itself. Lots and lots of people flying through for that one. I'm not surprised really, because there's lots of people who've got their orders up and running. Crew providing you with inspiration all morning long, and Debbie taking us through these fantastic polymer clay opportunities this afternoon. Lots and lots of people have already got their order established today. Just $2.95 for your P&P. That will last you all day. Okay, these are flying out the door. Roughly 20 of these already been allocated. Probably the same again sitting in people's baskets. You need to start checking out to avoid disappointment. Thank you, Coral. What an appropriate name to be handing me shell pearl. So there you go, look at that. See, we've got another sample. We've got it all going on here today. See, this is how dynamic the team are. They don't mess around. I always say, like, what you see on screen with Debbie, she's like the swan floating on top of the water, and everybody else is kicking the legs to make sure you go. Do you like that?
No, not really.
There you go. So, $7.95, amazing opportunity. Wow, these are literally flying out the door. We're expecting this to be another sellout deal here on the Designer Inspiration Show. We are very, very busy this afternoon, aren't we? In fact, while everybody is taking advantage of the amazing deals, we know there's one gemstone that seems to stand out as everyone's favourite here at JewelleryMaker. It's been voted as your favourite for the last 3 years, and it's all thanks to the optical phenomenon known as Labradorescence. That's what we see inside our Labradorite. I have to say, we've all been blown away by the amount of Labradorescence that we've got on this particular strand. Have a look at this. Got golden tones there, lime greens, electric blues, almost sort of Tanzanite blues coming through on many of the gemstones as well. For me, one of the reasons I think Labradorite is so versatile, so sought after for jewellery makers is not just the optical effect. I think it's that the neutrality of the base colour there. You get that combination of kind of stone greys and earthy green tones on the face of it, and then of course when people start to look closely and they see that Labradorescence, it captures their imaginations. Everybody says it, and I think more often than not, have a look at this. You've got, am I right in thinking, yeah, this is a 39 centimetre strand of polished rondelles. They graduate in size from 4x2 to 7x2 mil. I'm just thinking, at that length, a little bit of chain, sterling silver clasp, job's done for you here. Can you imagine how much attention that's going to actually attract when people see the Labradorescence?
The colours over here, the blues and that I can see from here are just amazing.
I'm looking down, I can see a lot of the green tones, but as I turn to the side, I can see a lot of violets and blues.
Beautiful.
It's really interesting, isn't it, as it turns in the light. I think that's something to do with the polishing technique that's been used as opposed to the faceting. I think the facets tend to sort of determine how the Labradorescence moves across the surface of the gemstone, whereas when you've got the polish technique, it kind of emanates from the centre of the stone. It looks even more mystical.
This is totally off the complete different. But I wonder if certain Labradorists have their signature cuts. They must do, mustn't they?
They definitely do. In fact, last week, Glenn Lehrer was here in the building.
Was he?
Yeah. And so Glenn's like world-renowned Labradorist. He's best friends with the owner of the company, and obviously Glenn is ridiculous.
Yeah.
He actually signs his initials into the base of the gemstone.
Oh, really?
So when you look into the gemstone, he does unique cuts for people, and then pretty much one of a kind. They have huge showcase whole days of Steve and Glenn on Gems TV, and they cut the gemstone, and then he'll basically put his autograph into the centre of the gem. How amazing is that? In fact, I was just talking there about creating those rondelles being a polishing technique. Glenn actually told me that he could teach me how to polish a cabochon, because cabochons are polished gemstone rather than a faceted gemstone, and he said he could teach me that in 5 weeks. It would take me 5 years to master the art of creating cabochons, because every single gemstone would require a different polishing technique to create a cabochon.
Wow.
It's amazing, isn't it? They actually use, it's very, very similar to like, you know, any other form of craftware in that they basically have their own kind of sandpapers. You know, they have diamond sandpapers to do the polishing. That's amazing, isn't it? I love that. I love that idea. And they literally go up in the same grades as a sandpaper does. Diamond paper.
Fabulous.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Interesting.
It's such an interesting property. And of course, these gemstones go through all of those processes. It's not reflected in the prices, you see. However, these are the tumbled nuggets. These have gone through much more of an organic process to create the organic dynamic that we associate with these nuggets. They range in size from 2x1 to 8x1, 190 carats on this strand. It's almost like getting 3 strands because this is an 84 centimetre strand. This is a 39 centimetre strand. So you're getting a lot of Labradorite here, a lot of bang for your buck, and as always, producer Phil is going to give you an amazing price point. Am I going to love it, Phil, or am I going to despise it?
Oh, wow.
Debbie had to turn away.
That is amazing.
How many of this bundle have we got in stock? We've got double figures of availability remaining on this particular strand. People are coming through to grab 2s and 3s of this. I'm not surprised. Labradorite, whenever I speak to people about why they hold this in such high regard, they always tell me it's because it sells so well at craft fairs or in personal commissions. When people experience Labradorescence for the first time, they fall in love with the gemstone. It kind of, I think, reignites the kind of the more mystical properties surrounding gemstones that have traditionally been associated. I know that we think of bespoke jewellery designs as utter luxury, but I do think that traditionally gemstones tended to have more sort of folklore or more metaphysical properties attached to them, and I think Labradorite kind of encapsulates those ideals, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's like little fairy wings inside, isn't it? Really, like a mystical magic, something magic inside. It's the only thing that I've got at home, a pendant, a Labradorite pendant, and it's the one piece of jewellery that I've ever worn that somebody's actually stopped me and said, "What is that?" I wore it out to dinner and it flashed, and somebody actually stopped me and said, "Can I ask what you're wearing?" Never had that before.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so interesting. But you will get that same effect, of course, when it's on your craft fair store.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because people will notice that and think, "Hold on a minute, what's going on over there?"
Yeah.
It's a great way. I think people use this gemstone to attract attention to their designs, don't they? Because Labradorite has that kind of showstopper quality. Yeah. Amazing. And it's amazing that at that price you can get this level of Labradorescence, I have to say. It is actually indicative of the quality of the gemstones that we're now able to source here at JewelleryMaker. I was talking earlier about, you know, the kind of journey that JewelleryMaker's been on over the last 5 years really, because there was a little bit of planning involved before we launched. So we've been going for about 5 years now. May the 4th will be our official 5th birthday. And, you know, we've had Labradorite in the past. We've always been able to source, I think, quite high quality Labradorite, but right now it is through the roof. It is ridiculous. Absolutely. That amount of Labradorescence. Oh, I'm seeing a lot of pinks and peachy tones there. I bet I won't be able to get them on air. Okay, it looks to me like that could be a sellout deal at $6.95. I'm not really surprised. We're going to leave that one with you. There is still some stock available, but you can continue to add that to your order. In the meantime, we are going to move on because we are now going to give you the opportunity to own this strand of Ethiopian opal. It is phenomenal. Not always easy to show you the pinfire here on JewelleryMaker. The designer inspiration audience have never had the opportunity to add this to their order. Start dialing the free phone number as quickly as possible. It's a last of stock deal here today. Not easy to show you the pinfire in the studio. When you see it in the flesh, this absolutely comes to life. I mean, I've actually got rainbows of opalescence inside this gemstone, which is something which is very, very rare. You tend to find with this very silica-rich gemstone that you will get that colour play inside, but it tends to be one focus colour, so you tend to find greens or orange tones, purple tones, but you've got that in every single gemstone here. You've actually got a swirl of colour. I wonder if this one here with this flat base, yes, there you go. You've got a little flat base in the tunnel. There you go. That's what I can see in every single gemstone. Now, I was actually responsible for launching this on the Late Show. Lots of people came through, showed the trust in the quality of the gemstones that we source here at JewelleryMaker. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. Let me assure you, you are not going to be disappointed in the quality of this opal. It is out of this world. I think we've got, we had around about 50 strands remaining in stock. Was that right? Oh, right, okay, sorry. We had 50 strands when we started. We've got fewer than 40 remaining already. It's already flying out the door. Somebody's just bought 2 of these. Not surprising. So we tried to record it at quite low light so that we could eliminate that problem we were having from our studio lights to see if we could get a bit of the pin fires that come through on screen. And there it is coming through. I also took an image on my phone. I've got it for you here. I wonder if this will... Yeah, we did. I think we struggled, didn't we? We struggled to see it even on my phone. Oh, I've got horrible glare on it, I'm being told. I think I might have actually taken the brightness down on this to save battery. That might be. I know. I didn't. It wasn't to save electricity. So it didn't run out while I was on screen. Ah. Oh, do you know what? I'm such a dad. I can't do anything anymore. How do you put it up? I don't know. Ah, display. Yes, brightness level. Adjust. Oh, it's as low as it can go. Oh dear. It's in case I need to contact people. Okay, now here we go. I'm going to get it back up now. Oh, even then the person. Oh, you can see it a little bit there, the opalescence there. It's actually not fun, does it? On the picture, when you look at it, it's amazing, isn't it? Absolutely incredible strand of opal. I was just so excited I had to take a picture of it when I first saw it, you see, because I couldn't believe the amount of pinfire. I know when Fleur saw it, she was here on the day, and she saw it, and she was like, "What time is that going to be?" She was running out to her car to get at home, to message somebody to say, "Please make sure you get me one of these strands," because she could see the quality. Okay, these are already flying out the door. It is just $12.95 for 50 carats of beautiful Ethiopian opal. Now, regular viewers to the Designer Inspiration Show, if you watch every day, you will see Becky here, and Becky is really, really passionate about opal. It's her favourite gemstone, and she literally rants and raves about this, but I think it's because it has that same opportunity, that same quality that we were just discussing with the Labradorite. It encapsulates those mystical ideals that we associate with genuine gemstones. The opal is very similar to the Labrador essence, I suppose. Actually, how about this? For a little Mark Smith chips and nuggets memory wire bangle special, because you've got the charcoal tones and the whites there.
Nice.
Almost like a monochrome nugget combination.
Yeah.
There you go. Eloise has texted in to say, "Hi Ed and Debbie, never heard of Labradorite till started watching JM. Now it's my favourite gemstone, more than amethyst." And of course we know the popularity of amethyst, because the purple tones go with so many other gemstone combinations, so many outfits. It's so well recognised within the industry, but now Labradorite competing with that. And imagine this is a combination. I'm thinking $12.95. Hold on a minute. Thinking about it. You paid £3.50 for this strand of Labradorite, didn't you? You only need half of one to make a bangle, so that's a quarter of one of those, quarter of one of these to make one of Mark Smith's memory wire bangles. Some of the, maybe the freshwater pearls from the first kit as the accents. That's a £20 bangle design. And you've used, what's a quarter of 13? Yeah, less than £4. Wow. So we're talking about serious profitability if you were to work with those two gemstone strands together, wouldn't you? 50 carats of Ethiopian opal here for $12.95. Absolutely out of this world. You can continue to come through to add that to your order. We're going to move on, I believe. Oh, in fact, we're going to go to a quick break. So when we return, we are going to bring you the second inspiration kit of the day. We'll be back in 2.
Polymer clay I love because it will cross all ages and all mediums. You can tone it with lots of different colours to make all the shades that you desire. You can mix it with resins, you can mix it with all sorts of mediums, but not just jewellery. You can also do things like add it to your scrapbooking, your card making, and children will love it. It's a non-toxic medium, so perfect for all the family. It would just be an endless the amount of things you can make with it. I love it.
Join guest designer Rachel Norris on her Artisan Earrings DVD. Get creating stunning designs in no time at all through the fantastic tuition from Rachel. The easy-to-follow steps shown on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and experience many different techniques specifically designed for creating earrings. This DVD covers how to make your own findings, Aztec, Art Deco and Aphrodite earrings. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Tiger's Eye is a gemstone that can be masculine or feminine. It comes in like these luscious caramel colours, and when you get it in fuchsia, that's my favourite, when it's bright pink. Love that, and the chatoyancy makes it so different. It sort of follows you around the room, so it makes for some really interesting pieces.
Tiger's Eye is one of the first gemstones that I was ever exposed to. My mum bought me a beautiful Tiger's Eye bracelet when I was away at university, and I've worn it ever since. It has a lot of personal value to me. Not only that though, the JewelleryMaker Tiger's Eye which you can get exudes so much chatoyancy, and more chatoyancy than I've ever seen from any other Tiger's Eye. The carat weights are brilliant, you can get it in dyed qualities, but it's the natural essence of the gemstone which I think people find so attractive about it, and that's probably one of the reasons why it's one of our biggest sellers.
Tanzanite is truly spectacular. This precious gemstone is only found in one location in the world, Tanzania, Africa. Claimed to be 1,000 times rarer than diamonds, Tanzanite is the blue variety of zoisite. Tanzanite is extremely popular due to its trichroic nature, which means that 3 different colours can be seen when looking at the gem from different angles. In Tanzanite's case, these colours are blue, pinkish violet and yellow.
Welcome back to the Designer Inspiration Show here at JewelleryMaker, and today we are focused on polymer clay designs, and we are doing a bit of millefiori. Did I say it right, Deb?
You did.
Deb's here as well, so there you go. Don't worry about whether I can pronounce the words or not. Debbie Bulford will take us through all of the techniques to create a little bit more advanced looks within the polymer clay designs, I think, on this particular kit. Still sticking with those floral creations, of course. So, we were talking previously about the colour combinations and more vibrant colours, maybe putting a smile on our face as we move into the spring season. This certainly does that. I mean, these are very tropical-like colours, aren't they? But actually, when you start to maybe separate them apart, you can see how useful these will be alongside your polymer clay. What you've got here is your red magnesite in 8mm rounds. It gives you 170 carats. You've got your yellow quartz here in 6mm plain rounds, and then have about this. You've got this fantastic strand of banded agate. Banded agate in your through drill drops. Now I was just looking for the other gemstone. I've just noticed that it comes to you in these beautiful little frames. In fact, I'm going to put those gemstones down for 1 second because I'm making a mess everywhere, and grab you these little square shaped frames. These are gorgeous. So I'm thinking we can set polymer clay into these. Am I right in thinking that, Deb?
Oh yes, yeah you can.
So that's green onyx, the little square frame. So it's got this hollowed inner edge to the gemstone, ranging from 23 to 33 millimetres in size. You get 3 of those, and we also are bringing you a collection of polymer clay. So again, the polymer clay tones kind of mirror the colour tones that you get in your gemstone selection. So you've got this kind of emerald green, you've got the accents white. If it's accents, that means it's glittery. Is that correct, Deb?
It's got something in it. This one's actually a granite one.
Ah, okay.
So it's got some little flecks in to make it look like a pebble.
Ah, okay, so this is more of a stony finish. We've got the ruby red, this kind of lemon tone, and then the jet black. Jet black, pretty much essential. We've discussed this in the past.
Yeah.
You need it to darken
Absolutely.
colour tones, but of course you need black. You need the neutral of black in your collection, don't you? So you've got 3 strands of gemstones. You've got your selection of polymer clay there, 5 blocks, and you get your 3 green onyx frames. There you go. That's easier, isn't it? It's all there in one handy image. Should be £32.55, already the best value on the market. We don't want to give you that. That's not a designer inspiration price. We're going to take it down to Bargain Town. We don't mess around. As Phil's already proved this afternoon. £24.95 for your 3 strands of gemstones, your 5 blocks of clay, and your little green onyx frames. Can't go wrong there, can you? Should be well over £30. Take it down to £24.95. So £32.55 down to £24.95. Amazing deals. I love these gemstones. I love the colour combinations there. We were talking earlier about making contemporary designs for the summer festival jewellery. These are the colours, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous. Now, Debs is going to take us through how you can kind of enhance your designs by adding the sculpey clay into the pieces. So, I'm going to move over and have a look at what Debbie's been creating with this particular suite. Did you love this set of jewellery, Debs?
Really, it's like juicy berries. It's just like really summery and special, fruity sort of colours.
Yeah. My mouth's watering. I feel like I love it.
You know what I mean? It's the colours, it's just really lovely.
I love this. This is like a classic kind of rose style. Look, isn't it? That's beautiful. Look at that. Actually looks like a little flower.
That was what was left over from the Skinner blend, and I thought, what can I do with this? So I rolled it up and I was about to squidge it, and I thought, oh, actually it looks quite nice.
Yeah, I love that. That's gorgeous. And then this is something one of our customers earlier texted in about how to create this gloss-like finish, didn't they? And this
yes, and I'll take you through how to do that.
That's fantastic, isn't it? It almost looks like terracotta, like pottery work, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous finish to this suite of jewellery. So, which of the designs are we going to demonstrate then?
We're going to start off with the flower right at the end, like the terracotta ones.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we'll see how far we go through them all, hopefully.
Brilliant.
Right, now, I wanted this to be a really simple, almost like pop art sort of pattern, not too sort of delicate, but something quite bold.
Sure.
So I mixed, this is the combination, 1 part white, 1 part yellow, 2 parts red, and 1 part black. So that's what I put together to make the terracotta.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Yep. 1 part black, white and yellow, and 2 parts red.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
And that means that if you put a piece of clay in front of you and you get a cutter, you cut 1 of each of those colours and 2 of the red. And when you put that together, you come to this, which is like a terracotta clay sort of colour, which I thought was quite nice, almost like a porcelain sort of.
Yeah.
It's
a Mediterranean colour, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. Then I took part of the Skinner blend that was left over was partly red, partly black, and there's a bit that I didn't really like the colour of. It's more of a browny sort of colour. So I put some white in between and put it through my clay roller on number 1, and I'm going to use that to put my stripes into my petals. So I've got this. I'm going to do the same as we did earlier by taking 1 slice in the middle, and I'm going to pop in that combination, and I want to do another slice on the other side and put that in as well. You can see these are a bit thick actually, so I'm just going to slice those off so they're about the same height as the cane. There we go. And I want to put one on the other side as well, so open that up and pop another stripe in. So there we have the 3 stripes coming down the petal, and that gives you that sort of look where you've got the petals, the stripes in the petals. So then I want to take some black, and I want to make sure it's the right width for my cane. So measure it against the side first of all, and then place it down. You can trim it as you want. Then place that up to the first piece of white, wrap it around until you get to the second piece of white. I don't want it all the way around, I just want it so that's on the top. Okay, and then I'm going to extend this, and the same as I did before, making an hourglass in the centre and then pulling, and that is going to form my petal. Now I don't want to make that too small because I'm actually going to cut that into individual petals. So if I slice through it now, making sure it's the right way up, you'll see that that makes the petal.
Fantastic.
Okay, see that? Right. So how do you build your flower? I think it's better to sit down and actually design your piece before you start. I sketch most things that I make, and I sketch them even if it's just, you know, kindergarten sketches, it doesn't really matter. So I know I wanted 1 flower, 3, 5 flowers, and in the middle, how was I going to get them to sit together? If I'd had them sitting together, the petals would overlap, the beads wouldn't sit right, so I needed a bead in between. So I made just black beads basically to go in between out of the polymer clay, which is a nice thing because you can, polymer clay, you can think, what do I want, what shape do I want? You can just make it, doesn't matter. You're not governed by the size of the beads. Okay. So think about your finished design before you start, because then it's awful if you make something and then you think, oh, it hasn't turned out how I wanted it because it doesn't sit right. Yeah. So think about how you're designing it. So
you did say, didn't you, that it can be quite an organic process.
It can
evolve while you're doing it, but have a clear vision in mind.
Have a clear vision of what you want. I mean, look through magazines, look through some of the fashion pages. You can Google them and just put on trends for 2015. It'll give you all sorts of ideas, colours and designs, and then take your stance on it, get your sort of twist on it. Yeah. So then I took a round piece of clay that's through my clay roller on the thickest setting, which is number 1 on mine. Some of them could be 9, but on this one it's 1. I'm going to place the pin on top of it. Then on top of that, I've got a circle of clay. So that now encases my pin where the thread, where the beading thread is going to go. And that's baked with the pin. It is there, I promise you, Ed. Ed's just checking on me. It is there.
I wasn't checking. I was trying to work out in my mind, you know, how the design layers up. That's all. So shall I show you that?
Yeah, do.
Is that okay? Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the back of the bead, and the thread goes behind it. So it goes underneath that first circle, and it goes through where the second circle is.
So it's like fine. If I understand the mechanics, then it helps me get to the end. Do you know what I mean?
Quite right. Yeah. So now I want 5 petals, as always. Mother Nature does things in odd numbers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's my 5 petals, and I'm going to cut the scraggy ends off here to make them nice and flat. So the centres. Then they're going to sit flush. That's right. I've got it. With the centre. See? Now the centre, you can make it hexagonal if you want to, and with the extruder, if anyone has the extruder, there is actually a hexagonal disc cutter, so you could almost make your petals to sit against that, but we're not going to do that.
1p per day, you could add the extruder DVD to your order. I am led to believe the presenter of the DVD is particularly handsome.
Stunning.
Shameless, as always.
The director that filmed it was really good as well.
Was the director very good? Yeah,
very good.
I heard that actually, Perry.
Yeah. Director was fabulous, darling. Right, so now I want to put a centre of the flower, and all this is like a skinner blend of white and the different colours, and that's going to sit in the middle, and I want to squash that down a little bit. And then the petals literally fit round. Whoops.
So that original piece that you've made allows them to kind of create that domed effect.
That's
so
right,
they
because
fall
you've got
really
2
naturally.
layers, it sort of makes them fall.
Got you.
But to make sure that they stick, make sure you've got something like a cocktail stick or a knitting needle, and just press them down to make sure they really, really stick. So that's that.
It's amazing because you've only been working, I know that obviously you've worked on the original design for longer, but you know, you've just been doing that for a few minutes and already it starts to take shape instantly, doesn't
Absolutely.
it? So
now this is starting to crack because it's quite warm in here, but just make sure that you've got your clay quite soft and conditioned right. Now, condition means to make it soft when it comes out of the packet. Okay, so there is your pin. Bake it with your pin and leave your pin in until you're ready to thread it, because otherwise you'll forget where the hole is.
Just put on your little baking tray.
Yep, and that can go on the baking tray. And there's the back of it. If you want to see the back of it, that's the pin goes through the one layer, under the other. You can always make poppies like that as well.
I was going to say you could bake a brooch pin into that.
You can. Oh, you can, absolutely.
And
Yeah, absolutely. But I've made sure it sits across the top and not the centre, because if you put it dead centre, it will rock forward when you wear it. So make sure it's slightly towards the top. So that is how to make the flower, and then you just thread your beads and your gemstones on as a necklace as normal, and that's it. That's your bead.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So what's the next stage then?
Right. So that is the one. I mean, to make the beads is quite easy. That's just a round bead that you just squash on the top.
Yeah.
So
even I
that's
can do that.
Now, polishing your beads. This is really important. Okay. What you need to do is take a tiny bit of water, which I have here. Some of your sanding pads. Now I'm just going to go and grab a baked bead. Do you mind if I go and grab a baked bead from over there, just out of my previous kit, because I haven't got one here that I've made.
We're
so just
currently on the screen. We have the toolbox kit that we put together with the rubber block, the hammer, the cutters, and the roller, and that was just $12.95, down from $20.80. Single figures remaining in stock on that now, so if you want to add that to your order, take advantage as quickly as possible. We're now going to bring you the opportunity to add a little collection of some of Debbie's Polymer Clay DVDs to your order. So we've got the Polymer Clay face canes, if you've been a little bit inspired by the canes that Debbie's been creating today and you want to take that to the next level. You've got the face canes. This is the Polymer and Wire Fusion DVD. This was very, very popular.
Yeah, it's with Rachel Norris.
Yeah, two of our most popular disciplines, two of our most popular designers. Fantastic jewellery designs on that one. And then the Polymer Clay accessories. So this just takes it in slightly different, sort of little bit of a tangent really.
I loved that. That was my favourite DVD to do. I loved that. And it's not just for kids, because you learn animal prints and buttons and all sorts of things on there.
It's about, I suppose, adopting the techniques and then integrating them into your designs, isn't it?
Absolutely. You can do all sorts of things with them.
But those are the kind of items that tend to sell quite well at craft fairs, the kind of quirky
and it's the parents
items
that make them 9 times out of 10. It's not the kids. So yes, it just gives you some ideas.
Absolutely. So huge amount of sort of tuition here, and lots of techniques, and of course the great thing about the DVDs, we always hear, there you go, animal prints there.
Yeah.
Well, they're never going to sort of run out, are they? You can rewind and stop and pause as many times as you want. You might find that you watch it and then you watch it a few months later and something clicks and you're inspired by some of the designs. So they're a great thing to have in your collection. Whoa!
They're pen tops.
Buy one. Get the other two for £1 a piece.
That's really good value. That is really good value. My goodness me.
So normally they're £4.95 each. £14.85 for 3 hours of tuition DVDs is already amazing. But to get all 3 of those for £6.95, that is incredible. That's an add it to your order deal, isn't it?
That's really good.
Amazing opportunity there. In fact, Lorraine has texted in, Debbie, amazing as always, but missed the first 2 hours. So we'll be on YouTube later. Edge, just when you thought I was quiet, have I missed you demo? Yes. You have. And I did it. I even dedicated it to you, Lorraine. So get on YouTube. You've got to watch it. Yes, exactly. We've got a question that's come through from Veronica. It says, hi both. Can I use the new Dremel to polish the clay?
That's a very good question.
That's an excellent question, isn't it?
Right. Well, I'll show you how to sand first, and then I shall answer your question, Veronica. So.
Okay.
First stage of doing your clay, you can buy these sanding pads. We have these in a starter kit, I think on the website. Starter kits come back into stock, I think, sometime. Anyway, but look out for these, or just get some wet and dry sandpaper. And you start off with the coarsest grit, and you literally put your design and your sandpaper into the water and sand it until it is nice and smooth.
Oh wow.
Okay, you'll find your water will go quite cloudy, okay, and really rub it. Don't use them dry because you'll just scratch your design. Yeah, but just use them with water and you'll see that the colour will start to change. That is now really nice and smooth. If you feel that how smooth that is now.
Oh, totally different, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really smooth because otherwise you don't get your sort of fingerprints on the other side. When you get to this level, it's now nice and smooth. If you've got some denim or if you've got somebody walking across with a pair of jeans, no?
Afraid not.
Oh, shame. You should grab somebody with a pair of jeans. If you rub that on a piece of denim particularly, or a lint-free piece of material, but denim particularly, if you get an old pair of jeans, don't throw them out, cut them up. Rub that as hard as you can and it will bring a sheen, okay? It will bring like a satin sheen to it.
Okay.
Now the gloss, you can get that from putting a gloss varnish, a Sculpey gloss varnish, which is what I've used on these, which we had got on the website last time I looked. There's a little bottle of Sculpey varnish which lasts and lasts and lasts, and that's a gloss finish. You can buy varnish that's a satin finish. If you want a completely matte finish, you can use furniture polish wax.
Got you.
Okay. I would recommend doing that, but if you're going to wax it, don't wax it if you're going to sell it to somebody because it will come up on their clothes.
Got you.
Do it on a bracelet or something. I tend not to wax pendants or polish pendants like that because I don't really need to. It's the bracelets, I'm very lazy and don't take them off when I do the washing up, or I'm cooking something like a chilli or a curry and they're very absorbent. Clay will absorb colour.
Oh, really?
So you have to put a barrier to stop it soaking up the colour, okay? So that's what you have to do.
Turmeric coloured
Yes.
bangle all of a sudden.
Good.
Yeah, exactly.
Not
Yeah.
good. Polishing. You can buy various machines on a bench grinder that are absolutely fabulous if you're going to do it as a business.
Okay.
The Dremel, the only thing I would say is this. Yes, use it to polish your polymer clay, and I know a lot of people that use it very successfully. I'm very heavy-handed, and if you have a polisher, if you can imagine you have a bench with something in front of you polishing, you move your design. If you have a Dremel, you move the Dremel, not your design.
Right.
So sometimes, if I'm polishing with a Dremel, I'll end up with a dip. Do you know what I mean?
So there is quite a high level of concentration.
Yeah. So when
involved
you're
with
doing the Dremel, do it very lightly. Stroke your piece with the Dremel and do it very lightly, because I'm terrible. I'm really want it done now. I'm very impatient, and I tend to press too hard and get dips. And also remember, if you use the souffle clay, you can't polish that.
Right, of course.
The Primo clay, you can polish it. The souffle clay has been made that it is matte. So if you want to shine on the souffle clay, varnish it. Don't polish it, because it's like sand and it will just dip. It's a different consistency.
Right.
It's supposed to be a suede finish, not a gloss finish, but you can gloss it
It
yourself.
defeats the whole point of it if you're trying to polish it.
Yes.
You don't need to use it in the first place.
No,
That's
use
not
the Primo.
intended finish.
No.
Your favourite tool has arrived.
I love that.
Right in
Love
front
it,
of
love
me.
it,
And I
love
will just say, we haven't had this in stock since before Christmas. So this is back by popular demand. It's landed in the warehouse recently, I believe, and we've been able to get it
Fab.
on air today.
Fab.
Our favourite tool, Debs.
Yes.
How amazing is this tool?
I love it, love it, love it.
Now, fortunately for you, you've already got a whole drawer
Loads.
full.
Yeah.
So you didn't have to be patient about this, but there's probably people out there who've been waiting for some time to add the
Yes.
Extruder to their collection. Where are we now? Coming up to Valentine's Day. So yeah, it's probably a good 6 to 8 weeks. Uh-oh. Oh no, there's some sort of issue. But we're trying to get it solved. So, the Extruder is hopefully coming up after that big build-up. Hopefully coming up in the next hour or so. Sorry, as I say, it literally just landed in the warehouse, so there's some sort of issue, but I'm sure
We'll sort the coding
the
out.
guy
in a
will
minute.
sort it out, yes. So our sales manager and our producer are already working on that, so hopefully we'll be able to be in the Extruder. I do have this little collection, however, of the silicone moulds. I've got the large sort of, well, do you know what? I think originally this was described as a Christmas decoration one because it has the little loop, but actually I think there's so many applications. I mean, you could create your own cabochons using this.
You could, yeah, it's a very good idea to do that, and that was bought in specifically for the resin because it doesn't react with the resin, and the resin goes into that little channel, so you end up having almost like a glass pendant with its own bail on the top, so it's really, really nice. But you can use it for polymer clay and actually use that as a guide to put the wire through.
Okay.
And then you can put resin over the top, so you get like a cabochon with a resin dome.
I was
lovely.
too quick to move
Why?
on because my team are so efficient. They have solved the extruder problem instantly. I was trying to be all slick then, move straight into it. We've solved it.
Well done.
The extruder, now available. So we've only been waiting about 8 weeks to see this back on air. It is back by very, very popular demand.
Yes.
And $11.95 should be your price for the extruder. Now this is the one I get in loads of trouble for, Phil. Oh no, she can still throw things. $7.95. $7.95 is our on-air price for the polymer clay extruder with 20 discs. This is Debbie Bulford's favourite polymer clay tool. I feel confident in saying that.
Well, it was until now. That's cheaper than staff cost. You do know that, do you? Thank you very much. Anyway,
Cheaper than staff.
the last one I bought, there's a different manufacturer that looks very similar to that. That's £30.
Really?
Every one I bought up until these have been £30.
Oh, there you go. That's pretty much in keeping with what Sissy's saying. If you look at the
Yeah,
exchange
39,
rate,
yeah.
she paid $39. My extruder couldn't buy it from JM.
Yeah.
There you go. So as I say, lots
Amazing.
of people have been waiting in the wings to grab this.
Can I give one
$7.95.
tip? Because there's one thing that's happened to every single extruder. Doesn't matter what make it is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I know what it is.
When you wind this down right to the end, it has a little brass plunger at the bottom, and when you wind this back again, it pulls this threaded bar up, and it gives you the space to put your clay in to then push it out. When you've pushed your clay out, before you take the cap off the end, wind that coil back
Back up,
because it forms a vacuum, and sometimes if you open it up before you've done that, the brass thing will pop off.
Pop up, yeah.
And then you've broken it, and it's happened to nearly every single extruder I've had. So make sure you wind it back once you've extruded the clay.
That's tip of the week. So if you're investing in your extruder, or even if you've got one you haven't used for a while, don't forget to do that, because
No,
you
'cause
can
it's-
damage it,
yeah,
and
you
it's
can.
not a fault in the actual design. It's
No.
just that you won't know it unless you've experienced
right.
it. So it does create that vacuum.
This is
Okay, these
fabulous for
flying out
doing,
the door.
hair for your. Oh, hello, who's that on there? Hair
Told
for
you
your.
he was handsome.
This is great for doing hair for, card making. If you do mermaids or something like that, or you do your face canes and want your hair, or you can see there that I've got 2 different colours but put through in one cane. You can do all sorts of things with the extruder. It's really, really good. You can make your bezels for your clay. You can do all sorts of things. I love that. That particular
amazing.
design, I really like that. It's like a klimped sort of design. It's really nice. Or you can do your soutache, but with polymer clay, or knitted clay. So it looks like a knitted form. So it's a good one. It's fun to do as well.
Amazing designs that I've seen you create with the extruder. They really are. You don't know what you're going to get.
No, you
That's
don't.
the
That's what's
beauty.
fun.
A little bit of a surprise element to the design process. Now you do get your 20 extruder discs here, so you get all of the more common shapes like your triangle, your diamond, but some of the shapes I think are really more useful than others because you've got the little dashes, for example.
Those
We've
are
talked about those in the
great.
past.
Yeah, great for putting around your polymer clay designs as bezels. But don't forget, some of them fit together. You can put 2 triangles together of different colours. You can put hexagonal. You've got hexagonal shape on there. You can put diamonds around the
Well,
outside.
I'll have an extruder, please, Bob.
Yes, you can do all sorts of things with them. Really, really good fun.
Amazing. Yeah, you've got like the 3-leaf clover
You
kind
have,
of shape.
and you've got a little box to keep them in, which with other extruders you don't get. So
There you
that's
go, little
useful.
storage box. They're big. They're hot property at the moment, I should say.
Absolutely.
It's almost like a Play-Doh factory,
It is,
but for
yes.
adults, because you get all the, isn't it though?
It is,
Because you've got
exactly
all of
the
those
same.
exciting opportunities.
Yep.
So many people flying through for this one, so we're really pleased to bring that to you on air. Should be $11.95. $7.95 is our on-air price for the polymer clay extruder.
Really good.
That is amazing, as you can see. Experienced polymer clay artists paid over £30 for these in the past. Sissy texting in from Texas, where you think the land of the free and brave and all that, but $39. So there you go, $7.95, an amazing opportunity. If you're able to add that to your order, I would definitely take advantage at what is essentially an added to your order price. So if you've already got your order from running, maybe you grab one of the kits or the polymer clay tools or the DVDs, maybe you got hold of your Tanzanite earlier today for $99.95, 50p per carat. You can
Treat
have the
yourself.
extruder for $7.95. Make the most of that 1p per day, just $2.95. Okay, I've got about 20 people who've got this in their baskets. You need to check out, of course, at 9 AM tomorrow morning on our website. That's going to go back up to the original price of $11.95. So take advantage while you can. We're going to move on though, because we did start to talk about these fantastic silicone moulds.
Yes. So we've done the round one. That's for clay, resin, and all sorts. These over here are fabulous. This one here is fabulous for making rings. So if you've got any memory wire rings, coils that you don't know what to do with, then you just need to put that on the back of one of these, those shapes there. Put a piece of clay on the back with the coils, and you've got a ready-made ring. These are very good because you can actually bake, not the white one, the green one, you can actually bake that into the oven. So you put your clay in, you bake it in the oven, and then you take your clay out, so you don't distort it when you try and get it out.
Awesome.
Really
That's
good.
A massive benefit.
Really good.
There
really
you go.
good.
That is must-have for all polymer clay artists then. Okay, so you get both of these. We bundled them together. Normally $17.90. Not today. We don't want to do that. We don't want to give you that.
No.
I'm going to put the best part of £5 back in your pocket. We're taking it down to $12.95. I mean,
it's really good value actually, because
imagine how much those are in the shop.
If you try and get a bezel mould from a shop, you'll pay £10-20 just for one mould in some of the shops, because they're really difficult to get hold of, those bezels. Because once you've got a bezel, you can then cover it in silver mica powder. It looks like a silver bezel. You can then put all sorts of things into it, you know. So
I like that. We have got opportunities coming up on the mica powder, coming up a little bit later with the glitters as well. So we've dealt with everything. Every scenario for your polymer clay opportunities today. So we can continue to have a look at the inspirational design. So we're going to move on to
we're going to do the red and black and gold sort of colour.
The leaves.
The leaves, okay, which is always a popular one to do.
Beautiful.
So I'll show you two different designs there.
I'll just put those against my skin tone so you can see how vibrant the colour tones are against one another. The yellows, the blacks and the reds. That looks so gorgeous, doesn't it?
It's lovely, yeah,
Love that
really
combination.
nice.
There we go.
There are two ways of doing leaves.
Okay.
So I'll show you what to do. So do a skinner blend. For those who don't know what a skinner blend is, you take a triangle of various colours, put them together, fold them and blend them. I've done it so many times that there are instructions on my Facebook page, so if you want to see that. But that's when you've blended them, they come together. All right, like so. So then I'm going to roll them into a round. So there you've got the colours, the pale in the middle and the dark on the outside. And then I'm going to roll that again into black. I'm going to coat it in this black, all right? So roll it like so. And there you have the tones of colours going from white to yellow to red, and then I've edged it in the black. Now, easy way to do a leaf, and I know I've done this time and time before, but I'm going to do it this way, then I'm going to show you a different way as well. The easiest way I've found to do a leaf is, and I do this on the basics course, or can I just say that on the 19th of Feb I have a face canes course, and on the 20th and on the 20th of Feb I have a Millefiori course. So if anybody would like to come along, then you are very welcome.
Whammy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and we do a lot more flowers and that sort of thing.
There's the face canes.
Oh yes, one of the ladies made that. I think they came on the course.
That's absolutely magnificent. Look
and
at
you all make different
detailing.
eyes and different noses and different mouths, and then everybody gets a bit of everybody else. So lots of faces. It's really good fun.
I like that.
So to make this leaf, I've pulled the cane so it's quite narrow, quite thin rather, and I've squashed it into an oval and then put two ovals together. Just cut the ends off. And then put 4 together, all right? You'll see how quick this is, and I'll show you a different way of doing it as well, which is a bit more intricate. But then you've got 2 lots like so. place that down on the tile. It may be better to get a camera straight on to do this so you can see. So you put it onto a tile so it's flat, and then you push one side and pull the other, like so. And then you do the same on the opposite way. So then you've got matching sides, okay? So when I pick that up and put it together, you have a leaf. See that? It's the simplest way I know of doing a leaf. Like so. Let me cut that in half. Right, so that's the simplest way I know of doing a leaf. Really, really quick and easy.
Okay.
Now there's a different way of doing a leaf, which is a bit more intricate, but you can get more of your design into it. I've done the same thing, but this time going from white to green to black. And this time we need to put the centre of the leaf in first. 1, 2, I'm going to cut it 3 times. 1, 2, 3. So I take each strip, pop that onto black clay or brown clay or whatever the colour of clay you're actually using, like so, and put that back together. Put that back onto the clay, cut around it. You could do actually with a craft knife. That's the only thing I'd say if you're going to do it a lot, then I would invest in a nice sharp craft knife, but do be careful.
Would the carving tools be any?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, good thinking there, Ed. Good thinking.
Getting in tune with this inspiration now, Debs, after a week.
You enjoying it?
I love it.
Good.
Because, you know,
you're learning all sorts of different things, aren't you?
Exactly.
As well? Every day is different. Must be very nice.
You know, I do love my, you know, the gemological side of things, but this is a bit more, you know, design focused, isn't it? And discipline focused. I like it.
So there we are. We've got stripes in the middle, and then you put your blade across them, like 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and you move it to sort of 5 to 25 past.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Cut it down the middle, and then you put black clay in the middle. That's not quite wide enough.
I've just realised how it's going to come together.
Black clay in the middle, cut it, and then you can turn it. That's how it was before. Okay, you turn it. The more stripes you do, you should do sort of 6 or 7 or so, or whatever. The more stripes you do, the more of a leaf it's going to look like. Now, I personally think the first way I did it is the easiest. This takes time to do. And I don't think it looks any better, the leaf, personally, than
the one that you'd already created in probably a third of the time.
Yeah, so that is the easy way of doing it. But this one, you can put your different veins into the leaf where you want and however many you want. With this one, you're governed by the outside colour of the cane that you used originally.
Do you know what, it's funny though, because sometimes when you're doing craft work like this, you just find that certain techniques just sit better in people's minds, and if you find it easier to do it that way, then I'm sure there will be people.
That's, I mean, the way I've just done it with the green is the way I was taught, first of all, and then I was taught this is out of a lady called Donna Cato, who's absolutely wonderful. It's in one of her books, and it's absolutely fabulous, so do have a look at
the lady who wrote the forward in your book?
No, she has put something in my, she put a picture in my book.
That's what it was,
Yeah, see, in about a month she's coming to do a polymer clay course.
Look how excited you are.
Anyway,
I suppose you could adapt that technique to do like plumage as well.
Yeah, you can do feathers like it, you can do all sorts of things, but then you can just do take a stripe, take a slice rather, and twist it and put that into a nice earring. You can do all sorts of things. You can make lots and lots and lots of earrings for craft stalls in different colours out of minimal amount of clay, literally less than a quarter of clay. So it's a good money spinner as well to do these. Everyone who comes on the beginner's course loves them.
Okay.
So there we go.
I was just going to say, we did bring you the crafting tools earlier. We've already heard, for example, from Lorraine that she missed out on a deal. By the way, Lorraine, I appreciate your support, I should say, because she just said she wants me to help, newcomers to the techniques get involved. If I can do it, literally anyone can do it. So you make a great point, Lorraine. So there you go. We did bring you this well, ridiculous value actually, because it's called the 12-piece set. We've established more of a 24-piece set.
Yes.
We've got fewer than 20 of these remaining in stock. We've actually got more than 20 in baskets, but you know, 25 people have got it in their baskets. But you know, until they are guaranteed purchases, they are available. So, if you
tell you what I've seen people do is bake red or sort of terracotta clay and then carve into it like the Chinese symbols, you know. And with the souffle clay, it's perfect because it's so soft. You can carve. You can do things that look almost like ebony, and carve into it, and they just look fabulous. I
love that idea. Actually, that sounds incredible. So £9.95 for those carving tools. I really think you'd be hard pushed to find better value than that on the high street. Heidi in Hampshire has texted in to say, Debs, your designs are incredible.
Oh, how sweet.
I could watch you for hours. It's so relaxing. The way you create beautiful patterns is amazing. So talented.
Oh, thank you.
I would echo those thoughts, Heidi. In fact, there's lots of lovely feedback coming through. Claire's also texted in to say, hi, Debbie and Ed. My 4-year-old just came in from school and said how lovely summer and autumn leaves.
Oh, yes.
That's exactly what they are. Nailed it.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Kids say the most ingenious things.
They do.
My son said to me last night, because the dog was barking at the back gate, and I said, what's wrong, Hooper? Was there a cat at the gate? And my son, who's 3.5, just went, Dad, calm down. He's trying to protect us.
Oh.
Where's he getting it from?
Oh, bless.
Calm down, Dad. He's just trying to protect us. All right, no trouble.
Oh, how lovely.
£9.95 for the carving tool set there. We are now, I think, going to give you an opportunity to add the mica powders to your order. We've already made reference to these. People saying how you can use these actually almost to kind of save the day, if you like. If you have a problem, then you can actually use these to create a different finish.
You can indeed. Yes, you can.
Which I love these colour tones.
They're
Baby
beautiful.
pink, buttercup yellow, coral and violet.
Really
Go along
nice.
with those colour tones?
They're really nice.
They're beautiful, aren't they? So these go an awful long way, don't they, Debs? In the past,
they will last you forever. They really will. They will last you forever. I mean, I've had the same pots for 3 years doing workshops, and people have poured them over all the polymer clay, and I've still got them left. They're really good value. They're really good. But don't forget, you can also mix them either with water or with liquid clay and use them as paint.
Ah, that's good.
So you can paint on top of your clay. If you bake your clay, then you can do your watercolour painting and that sort of thing. Really delicate painting.
Nice. I've actually seen them applied to some polymer to almost give a gemstone-like look.
Well, you can mix it in with clay to change the colour. If you had translucent clay, you could pour a little bit of the blue in and it would become like an ice blue.
Yeah.
It would look like sea glass.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, amazing. There you go. So lots of different opportunities with the mica powders. Yeah, it's essentially like a paint, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. It is really, yes, but in powder form.
There you go. Okay, so all 4 pots available for you right now. Beautiful colour tones, you can see there.
They're gorgeous.
That's how it looks when the pots are. I'm not going to lift it off because I'll probably make a mess. We're going to give you an add it to your order price, as always. £2.49 per pot.
That's really good value.
There you go, £9.95. That's amazing value, isn't it? This is the Crafty Notions brand that's created these, and they're, you know, well known.
They're good quality
in the industry to create the mica pots. There you go. So they look like small pots, but they literally last years and years, don't they?
They do.
They're amazing. So gorgeous colours as well, kind of gemstone colours really when you look at them. They're amazing. Lots of people coming through for that one at £9.95. Oh, now we've actually got quite a healthy quantity, but they are quickly flying out the door, so take advantage while you can for that one. Less than £2.50 per pot, £9.95 for all 4 gorgeous colour tones. Again, they're quite springtime colours.
They are actually. They're icing sort of colours, aren't they? They're really nice. You could do all the little cupcakes that I did on one show.
Yes,
and do the icing on the cupcakes. They're really, really nice. Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Good idea, there you go. Okay, people flying in to add this to their basket. If you want to take advantage, you do need to be checking out your basket. Sorry if that sounds repetitive, but we get new buyers every day, especially here on the Inspiration Show. Might think that by putting them into your basket, that secures the item. You do need to check out to ensure this is coming your way. So all 4 pots for £9.95. There you go. Debs is messing around with it already.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, that's good.
I can't sit and look at it like that.
Let's have a look then what Debs is doing.
All I've done is put a tiny little bit of the blue. Now, if that was on blue clay, that would be really vibrant. But can you see that lovely, lovely colour?
It's
I
gorgeous.
think that's stunning. Absolutely
beautiful. It almost looks like looking at a star dioxide or something like that, or obsidian. Obsidian, that kind of effect, isn't it? Yeah.
Really lovely.
Love that.
It's quite an intense colour to do that onto black clay. That's pretty good.
It's a nice
colour.
Yes. That violet tone seems to work really well
nice.
there, doesn't it?
Very nice.
Now here we go. Very traditional crafting resource here. Glitter.
But not ordinary glitter, Ed.
Not any old glitter.
Just not any old glitter.
No. This is perfect for your polymer clay, isn't it?
It is, because it's called Magic Glitter, or Glitter Magic, whatever. I've been using this for years before I came to JewelleryMaker, and it is the best on the market. It is not like children's glitter that is very... the flakes are very large.
I was going to say, it's much finer, isn't it?
Much, much finer, and it actually sinks into the clay. In fact, I'm going to be cheeky and pinch that one and show you. You burnish it into the clay with your fingers. If I do this, burnish it into the clay with your finger. You don't need very much. And then, once you've done that, literally rub it with your fingers. Keep going, keep going. And once it's burnished into the clay, it won't come out. And you can use this in that bezel mould, and can you imagine that in the bezel mould?
It's like gold or silver leaf once it's on the surface, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
that's on black. If that was on silver clay, you wouldn't see those little pits in between. It would actually just look silver or gold. I mean, that is stunning, absolutely stunning. Imagine a cuff in that or something. I think that's absolutely beautiful.
Gorgeous. It has a really strong metallic finish, the silver one there, doesn't it?
And it just feels like silk then, and it doesn't come off on your fingers, you know.
Fantastic.
Once you've burnished it.
Yeah, as I say, glitter traditionally used by crafters, but this is something a little bit special, much finer, and the way it reacts with the clay just gives you a completely different finish.
Crafting tools, you can then cut into it. You could cut through it, so you could cut a pattern into it. Do you know what I mean?
Go on.
Well, I don't know. I've never done it, but I would think you'll be able to, because if you've got your glitter,
not messing around.
Your glitter. And then you could almost sort of scratch a design into it.
Oh, now this is a nice idea, I like that.
Do you know what I mean? So you can start doing your geometric designs or something. But can you see what I mean? You can start cutting into it. So if you covered a bangle in that, you could then cut away the first layer, and you could almost scratch some things off. See what I mean? You could then you could do whatever pattern you wanted.
I love it.
With your tools.
Because so many people grabbed those earlier today. Okay, so it should be 11:30 for this particular pack of 4. So you get the baby blue, the baby pink, the silver, and the black. Pretty
the black is stunning. I've done some big black hearts in that. Put black clay with black glitter on it. Just like catches that. Oh, it's beautiful.
$6.95 is your price point today.
Wow.
And add it to your order deal for these fantastic magic glitters. 15 gram pots, but again, much like the Mica, it will go and go and go, won't it? You don't need much to create a massive effect. Beautiful colour tones as well, very traditional colours. $6.95, lots and lots of people getting involved with that one. Only double figures available on this particular bundle, I'm afraid, and half the stock's already been allocated. So there you go, you do need to be quick if you want to get involved. There you go, look, buyers coming in from America, from Holland, the length and breadth of the UK, Ireland as well there. So if you want to grab that one, you do need to be very quick. It is just $6.95 and add it to your order deal. I mean, if you grabbed your carving tools early today, you've got your order up and running.
Oh, yeah.
That's a
perfect together,
really, $6.95, isn't it? That's
really good.
Oh, there you go, got it. So there you go, $6.95. Just to be clear, that is just for the pots. We've looked at the flowers and the leaves from this particular suite. Could we have a look at how we form this little rose?
You can. I will get something ready.
Oh,
do it in
actually, before we do, we've just got a question regarding the glitter.
Go on then.
I'm sure you'll be able to answer it for us. Somebody's texted in, it is Sean, and it says, Debbie, do you still need to varnish the piece when using the glitter?
That's a good question, actually. If I was doing a pendant, as I said earlier, perhaps not. If I was doing a bracelet or a ring where you're going to be actually touching a surface and you might rub it, yes. And if you're selling it, yes, definitely. I would varnish it. If it's a shiny glitter, I would probably put a gloss varnish or a satin varnish. If you want it to look like an old mirror, like it's almost dull, do you know what I mean? Like a pewter colour. Yeah. If you put a wax on top of it, it takes the shine down off the glitter. No, so it looks like an old pewter finish. So that's really, really nice. But yes, I would. And
another question from Claire. Yep. Can you use the glitters on silver or metal clay?
Don't know. I doubt it, because why would you put silver glitter onto silver clay? I don't see.
I suppose
see
it's
the
thinking
reason.
about maybe putting the pink into silver, but
you could bake your silver clay. Bearing in mind these have got metal particles in that probably wouldn't be compatible with your silver clay or your kiln at a certain temperature. So I would probably bake your clay and then mix this perhaps with a certain glue. And Tracy might be able to help you. Tracy Spurgeon. Look on her guest designer page.
She said yesterday if you've got any questions, just to email her on the Facebook page and she'll help you. So
that's right.
Best
so
thing, if you don't know, we'll say we don't know, isn't it?
Yeah, so I don't want to tell you something that I don't know.
We haven't tried it, so we don't know. And there's this one more, yes, coming from Trish. It says, hi, Debbie and Ed. What a fab show. Can I use my huge collection of rubber stamps to make designs on the polymer clay? Good question.
You can use whatever you want. I use tiles, I use walls, I use everything. I walk along with some moulding, I've got 2-part moulding stuff that we had on the website. Yes, and if I go out and I see a nice design and onto buttons, anything.
Really?
Oh, yes.
There you go.
Yes, anything, table mats, flooring, anything you see.
There you go. The world's your oyster. Well, that's it. I always say about a discipline like this, you're only ever limited by your own creativity.
That's right. You go on holiday and collect shells and you get beautiful shell design. Lovely moulds you can get, see.
Oh, we'll see some of those on the Wall of Fame over the summer, won't we? Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to have a look at the rose then.
Right.
This you said was just basically
it was just the leftover.
Upcycling, essentially.
Exactly. It was a piece of Skinner blend, and I've just got a piece of pink clay here that I had left over from one of the designs. So all you do is you get a cocktail stick, or I've got a knitting needle here, and start to wind it. But as you do, in fact, if I put that down first, let's do it a different way. You need to push one edge, the top edge of your clay, to make it start to curl like that. So otherwise it will just go into a cone. You don't want that. You want it to go more like a proper flower. Whoop, there you go. So start to wind it. Whoops, that's it. Start to wind it and start to pull the petal out as you go, like so. So pull it out. Being all one colour, it's probably not showing off the best advantage, but you see that sort of coil in the middle, and then when you get right to the end, you just fold it back. Get right to the end and just fold it back. So you've got that petal with the old leaf like that. And again, with the carving tools, you can then pull that back if you want to. And on the back, you can then just squash it into a flower and either put a pin through or a pin down into it. And that's that. And here's a smaller one. See? Okay.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Thank
so it's that as simple as that then,
really? Simple as that. Just a strip of clay.
Fantastic. There you go. £6.95 for your glitters. I think that is approaching limited availability. I love that design. I absolutely love it. Oh, single figures of availability remaining on the glitters, in fact, and probably as many people with it in their basket, so you do need to check out that deal. Very, very busy show today, so if you have got any items sitting in your baskets, I would definitely advise that you do check out. Of course, a lot of these deals are only available till 9 AM tomorrow morning, whether it's a price reduction or an exclusive bundle. Check out as quickly as possible. We've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so no risk involved here. If you've got any further questions for Debbie, I'm sure you'd be happy to answer those until the end of the show. And we're also going to come back to you, aren't we? Because we've given you the shell pearl collection, so you're going to come up with something if we leave you to it. We're going to go to a quick break now, so when we come back, we're going to give you add it to your order deals, and then we'll come over and see what Debbie's been creating with that shell pearl. We'll be back in about 2 minutes' time. Don't move a muscle.
Learn great techniques with this fantastic DVD, Extruder Edition 1. Join guest designer Debbie Bulford and presenter Ed McKay and start creating new, exciting and colourful pieces of polymer clay using the multifunctional Extruder tool. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, Contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the genuine gemstone company. JewelleryMaker are proud to announce we are the winners of 8 Make and Sell Jewellery Awards of 2014. We are happy to be the winners of the Best UK Supplier, Best Semi-Precious Supplier, Best Jewellery Making Website, Best Jewellery Making Kit, Best Jewellery Making Workshop Provider, Best for Jewellery Making Tools, Best Bead Brand and Best TV Programme. We would like to thank all of our customers for making this possible and thank you for your continued support.
Join Gemma Crow with her Wire Mesh DVD. Gemma introduces and guides you into the fabulous art of mesh. Create vintage looks with amazing texture and structure. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
In a pile of emerald like this, you really have a wealth of different qualities here. Everything from the kind of quality of gemstones that we've faceted into gems ready for jewellery, right through to your cabochons, through to your really, really high quality beads, through to the strands which you might have seen on JewelleryMaker before, and then some flat faceted pieces as well.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Designer Inspiration Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed and today we have been inspired by the wonderful Debbie Bulford bringing us her polymer clay, I suppose, I was going to say pieces of art, but actually they're very wearable jewellery designs. Do you like that, Debs? There you go. So we're still going to go back over to Debs because we're going to see what she's created with the shell pearl creation the little bundle that Phil put together, and so Debs is making some jewellery designs now for us. But in the final hour of the show, we want to give you the opportunity to make the most of your 1 P&P per day. It's just £2.95. It runs from midnight to midnight, and you can add as many items to that collective order as you wish. We want to allow you to benefit from that deal by bringing you Add It To Your Order deals on genuine gemstones. And we're going to start now with this fantastic strand of beautiful keshi pearls. Now, I think these are perfect actually alongside the kind of Millefiori designs that we've been looking at today, because the thing about the keshi pearls is that the irregularities in the actual sizes and shapes of the pearls themselves, Mother Nature's basically handcrafted little petals and leaves for us. That's the way I see them when I look at them.
Oh, aren't they a lovely colour?
They're gorgeous, aren't they? I mean, they're described as champagne colour, but again, depends what you put them with. You could draw the peach tones out, or you could, you know, highlight the opulence of the golden hues. Depends what you want to create. I'm thinking for tiara designs.
Yeah, it'd be lovely actually.
Because they're almost like vine leaves, aren't they?
Yeah,
beautiful.
They are.
Fascinating, or even a hair vine. They look
well, I've seen them stitched onto wedding dresses and veils and things.
And this is the thing, when you see pearls, you think bridal, don't you?
You do.
They have a strong association with bridal jewellery pearls. This isn't just a sort of contemporary phenomenon or anything like that. This is from, you know, ancient Greek civilization that believed that pearls would actually stop the bride from crying on her big day, and that they would represent the purity of her love. So that's why they have these strong associations with bridal jewellery. The champagne pearls, because actually this is quite a common colour tone for bridesmaids, bridal parties, isn't it?
It is.
That kind of golden tone. It's not too harsh, it's not, you know, a very rich gold tone. It is actually, basically, they've nailed it. It's champagne. That's the colour tone we're looking at here.
A lot of wedding dresses now are that colour because they're very vintage.
Yes.
People are going for the vintage
trend,
weddings,
yeah.
Lovely.
Kind of off-whites, the creams, the golden tones are really, really popular, aren't they? I know, because I've been reading my bridal magazines, Debs. I'm cool like that on my days off. All the boys are laughing at me now. It's my job. I like it. I like to plan out my big day. What? No one's going to marry me. What am I talking about? 8 by 7 millimetres in size here. Beautiful petal shapes. Gorgeous, almost leaf-like shapes there. And the great thing about that irregularity on the surface of the pearls is that where you've got that kind of almost ruffled-like effect, it catches the light. It actually almost accentuates the pearlescence that we associate with the mineral. So really, really effective in terms of the play of light that you get from the mineral, as well as those kind of vintage and luxury qualities that it might offer your bridal commissions. Now these are already flying out the door. Not really surprising, because when this was brought to air for the first ever time, this was a very, very popular sell. We are now looking at the last in stock for this deal. So if you want to grab these, dial that free phone number as quickly as possible and add it to your order price for beautiful champagne keshi pearls, $9.95. And you know, I've seen people working on bridal commissions when they are incorporating our cultured pearls. Sometimes people are able to achieve sort of 3-figure sums for their jewellery designs commissions. Jan often talks about her success working with our cultured pearls here at JewelleryMaker. $9.95, absolutely not representative of what you are going to receive today. But I have to say, they're going to offer you so much design scope, because there's so many opportunities. I mean, you could use these as petals, but they're actually going to fall really beautifully because they are top drilled. So you could just have those kind of cluster styles, that cascading waterfall style fall. You know, Debbie, you use this quite often in your pendant designs, or your
yes, I do
designs,
actually. They would be lovely if they were just put onto tiny little head pins onto a very fine chain and have it as a cluster like a waterfall.
Yeah,
beautiful,
gorgeous, wouldn't it?
Really pretty.
And of course, the great thing about this champagne tone is that it will work with a variety of different metallic tones as well. So you can put this, imagine that with rose gold, look beautiful, but yellow gold look gorgeous.
Lovely.
You can also put it with silver. They're always going to look very, very luxurious. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. There you go. Very organic feel to these, but that's what you're looking for from genuine pearls, isn't it? Because if they're too perfect, people will recognise that they're not.
Oh, that's right. No, they look like what they are. That's how they should look.
Absolutely. Hand carved by Mother Nature there. $9.95 for champagne keshi pearls. We are going to move on. Now these are rose gold, yellow gold plated sterling silver bead caps, and spacer beads. Is that right? You put a little collection together here, or are they just both in the same tray? We've got both. I've got bead caps and spacers in here. Is that right? Oh, right, so these are bead caps, and then these are little spacer beads. Fantastic. So you get 5 of your gold flash sterling silver flower beads. In fact, I'll show you that first. Oh, well done. Hold on. I want to show you the actual level of detailing that's been placed on the surface of the metalwork. There you go. So these are your little spacer beads. 5 of those, they're 6mm in size. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Just for adding that little bit of value to your piece, a little bit of character within the metalwork there. So those are your little flower spacers. And then I've got your bead caps here. So this is like beaded metalwork here. Again, gold plated here, sterling silver. So the difference between flash and plating is the micron of thickness that's been used of your precious metal. With the flash, that's what you have got on the flower spacers here. You've got the plating on your flower caps. So you've got 7 of these as part of this deal. They're 7mm in size. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, for adding that little bit of opulence to your design. Gold plated sterling silver here. Great way to kind of a little bit of punctuation, if you like, into your designs. That's the way I always think about it. It's a good idea. Here we go. Everyone's a designer, Debs. Director Tom's just saying black onyx, faceted black onyx with the gold bead cap. That would look gorgeous, wouldn't it?
That would look lovely, actually. Yes.
He's very pleased that you've agreed with this idea. He's over the moon. Okay, lots of people flying in for this one. Anytime we bring you sterling silver with the gold flash or the gold plating, you know they're going to be popular. Here, the floral effect should be, did you say? Okay, should be £9. Add it to your order price for gold plated sterling silver, $6.95. There's everything you're going to get. 5 of those individual flower spaces. I'm just thinking, actually, maybe a little macrame bracelet with the 5 flower spaces.
That would look lovely.
That'd be gorgeous, wouldn't it?
It would look really nice. And it's those attention to detail, those things that you put in between your gemstones and with your cords, that entice people to buy things from you.
Yeah.
That's what makes you look different.
Yes, it sets you apart, doesn't it?
Exactly. Make sure people know they are, you know, sterling silver. If they are, just make sure people know it. Label them differently, put them in a different colour box or something.
Yeah, presentation box for your sterling silver pieces, perhaps. You know, you need to. They're actually pretty competitive venues now, the craft festivals, aren't they? Even the regional ones are seeing like sort of 6-month waiting list to get a stall at a regional craft fair. Jewellery making is big business for a lot of people. It's a recession busting idea, isn't it? Something you can start in your own home, and of course, as you can see, you know, who knows, you might end up being a guest designer on Jewellery Maker. $6.95 for gold plated sterling silver spacer beads in the flower effect, and you've got the bead caps there as well. Should be £9, down to $6.95. Now we've got a little wholesale deal for you. You've had, you know, amazing deals from producer Phil so far today. He's been, well, actually, very coherent collections of gemstones, I have to say.
Yeah, really good.
With that, Debs?
Yeah, absolutely. They've been really good.
Well, he'd be dangerous if he could make jewellery, wouldn't he? So the combinations are so fantastic. Here, 2 strands of crazy lace agate, which isn't something we see every day. It used to be quite, you know, regular that we were able to source the crazy lace agate. People fell in love with it. Much like what we were discussing earlier with the banding, making every single gemstone 100% unique, and that's what you've got here. You've got the large ovals, which are 25 by 18mm, and then you've got the perfect 6mm rounds as your little spacer beads. That's interesting. These colour tones work so well together. Here, on the kind of purple tone there, that plum shade, you've got over 350 carats of crazy lace agate. And then you've got this beautiful fuchsia tone coming through in the 6mm rounds. Absolutely gorgeous together, but maybe you just want to add these feminine shades to your collection. We are going to give you and add it to your order price, as always, $9.90. Would be your price any other time. That's not going to be your price until 9 AM tomorrow morning, or while stocks last, we're going to give you a designer inspiration price, as we always do. Great way to add to your order, benefit from that 1 P&P per day. Should be £9.90, down to £6.95. More added to your order prices, this time 2 strands of gemstones for £6.95. I mean, can you imagine, again, you know, simple macrame bracelet, thinking, you know, the satin pink cord with that in the centre, such a wearable design.
It is, and I think the larger gems that you've got there could almost be pendants in their own right.
Absolutely.
So you can make a lot out of that.
Or what about a kind of a watch face style macrame design?
Yeah,
so you could have one of
nice.
those as the focal point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there you go. It's definitely large enough to be the focal point of a piece, though, aren't they? 25 by 18 millimetres, 370 carats on that 1 strand alone. Lots of people placing that in their baskets. You need to be checking out. It is just £6.95 until 9 AM tomorrow morning. There, look at that combination of colours. Beautiful. Okay, we're going to move on. Wow, I've been admiring these very large toggle clasps, I have to say. This, again, adds that level of attention to detail to your designs because of the size of these toggle clasps. I mean, these are just beautiful. I'm thinking most people are probably going to make a bit of a feature of these. I'm thinking an asymmetrical design where the clasp is, you know, one of the focal points of the piece. Maybe, you know, you make a feature of that. But polymer clay artists, could this become a bit of a frame?
It can become a frame, and also they are a perfect match to the very first thing you had on the show, the large pearls.
The yes,
they fit perfectly. So, you know, that if everyone had, you know, you used 2 or 3 and you got 1 left, that will sit perfectly in the middle. And it's a beautiful pendant.
The golden cabochon. There you go, you set that into there. We actually have got a selection of cabochons with these toggle clasps. So you get 3 of the little, it's almost like gizmo effect detailing on the toggle clasp, isn't it? It looks like it's been done the gizmo. And then you get 10 of the 10mm shell pearl cabochons. So those, actually you could set them into the centre using polymer clay around the outside, couldn't you?
You could, you just wire them in there.
Oh yeah, of course
nice.
You could, yeah.
Yeah, really nice.
That'd look gorgeous. So there you go, so many opportunities with this, playing on that kind of sophistication, the elegance of the silver tones here, but you've got all of that detailing on the toggle clasp itself, and of course we are going to give you a wholesale deal. Should be £9.90, we're not staying there, and our producer said he's going to give you an amazing price point again. When doesn't he? Should be £9.90, taking it down this afternoon to £6.95. Once again, we're focused for the final hour of the show by bringing you add it to your order deals, a way for you to benefit from that 1 P&P per day of just £2.95 right now. These are silver plated toggle clasps and 10 of your 10mm silver shell pearl cabochons, all available right now for £6.95. If you want to add this to your order, you do need to dial through as quickly as possible. So we've only got a certain number of these to go round. I have to say it's a little bit limited in availability. The larger toggle clasps have proved to be very, very popular here at JewelleryMaker. I have to say, I've seen them being used also with the sari silks as well, just to create a kind of feature within the sari silk pieces. So you can almost, like, you know, make those kind of catwalk-esque scarf-like looks, but secure them using the toggle clasp. Oh, lots of people coming through on the phone lines for this deal. That's the way to do it. And yeah, I think the toggle clasps are usually £4.95 alone. So you've
they're really good value, and you look at in the shops at the moment, a lot of scarves have things hanging from them, and they look nice just as a scarf ring, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just to secure your scarf.
I was thinking you could actually just clip that off, take that off, and use that as a little frame for other items as well. So you know, your doming resin, for example, or your polymer, even silver clay, you could set into that and use it as a bezel setting, couldn't you? Could you? I wouldn't bake it in there, but you could set it in afterwards.
You probably could, but silver clay tends to shrink, so you have to make sure you got the sizes.
It has to be a little bit larger. Oh, okay. So, bit of experience involved in that one. Hey, okay. You know, only obvious if you know. Okay, we're going to move on. £6.95 for that deal. And we have got a few of these remaining in stock. This was the Labradorite collection. I have to say, the length of these strands is totally ridiculous. The polished rondelles is a 39cm strand. They graduate in size from 4x2 to 7x2. Then you've got The organic nuggets there, that's an 84 centimetre strand, 2x1 to 8x1. The labradorescence that's coming through from these two strands is remarkable. In fact, I'm just going to isolate these a little bit. Can you see all of that labradorescence? People literally falling in love with this particular bundle because both strands were available for just $6.95. As you can imagine, this flew out the door at the time. We have got roughly 20 of these remaining in stock, so if you want to add it to your order, it is available at $6.95 while stocks last, or until 9 AM tomorrow morning. Amazing, there you go. So that's not all you get, because you did get the nuggets as well. Oh, now I'm hearing that there's about 20 people with it in their baskets, so you know, I don't want to put unnecessary pressure on you, but you are running the risk of missing out if you don't check out on that particular order. Both strands of Labradorite available right now for $6.95. Amazing deal, I have to say. Incredible opportunity. Okay. Now, we do want to give you added to your order deals, and you can see that we're focused on that with the wholesale opportunities, strands for $6.95 and such alike. But we also do pride ourselves on being able to give you luxury opportunities so that you can work on the same kind of standards as the luxury jewellery designers out there. So one of the ways we do it, I mean, we've seen Tanzanite sell out this afternoon. We've seen that beautiful Ethiopian Opal, of course, as well. But this is the cut collection. So these are calibrated sizes of gemstones. They have been faceted exactly how you'd expect to see gemstones being set into 9 or 18 karat gold in my mind. I mean, look at this. This pear drop here. It's 16 by 12 millimeters in size. Look at that.
Wow.
That is gorgeous, isn't it?
That is fabulous.
By 12 millimeters on that. I mean, the faceting is just phenomenal, isn't it? Genuine gemstones here. Absolutely gorgeous. That's just one of the gemstones. There you go. As we move around there, you can see that the next gemstone you're looking at is an oval-shaped emerald, 7 by 5 millimeters. Ruby, 8 by 6 millimeters. And then have a look at that. I mean, beautiful garnet, amethyst there as well. Absolutely fantastic. So calibrated sizes. The amethyst there is a 8mm round. The garnet is a 6mm round. Absolutely delightful. And then you've got a ruby and an emerald as part of this collection as well. All calibrated sizes. So you can set these into your prong settings. All comes in your little presentation box. Emily's just texted in and said, my chin is on the floor right now. Wow, wow, wow. There you go. So it might just be for gemstone collectors that want to add this to their order. So this, as part of this collection, we're seeing that gorgeous combination of these gemstones. You're guaranteed to get the emerald and the ruby as part of this collection, and 4 other calibrated gemstones faceted to this kind of standard. Perfect for collectors, perfect gift for collectors, of course. Or of course, as I say, if you've got the prong sets, these would just be fantastic designs, wouldn't they? We are going to give you an exclusive price point, only available till 9 AM tomorrow morning. Should be $34.95. We are not going to stay there. We are going to put a little bit of a saving in your pocket. So it should be $34.95 till 9 AM tomorrow morning. We're going to add this to your order for $29.95, and you're guaranteed to get your ruby and your emerald as part of this faceted gemstone collection. Absolutely fantastic, isn't it? Beautiful. $29.95 is the price reduction on this one. Lots of people taking advantage of that deal. So if you do want to add that to your order, it is pretty much a must-have for all gemstone collectors. If you've got those prong sets, then you're laughing really, aren't you? Because they're just beautiful rings, aren't they? Basically jewellery quality gemstones faceted to perfection. Gorgeous. These are flying out across the globe. These are being purchased by buyers across the continent, in the States, and the length and breadth of the UK. Can't go wrong, can you? £29.95, should be £34.95. There you go, lots of people adding this to their baskets. So if you do want to take advantage of that deal, please make sure you're checking out your baskets. They only have a limited number available for this particular show, so if you're looking at this, and even if you're caught in two minds, I would suggest you use your 30-day money-back guarantee, because you will not be disappointed when you get your collection of gemstones home. You see these in the flesh, particularly if you've already got the prong settings and you're waiting for calibrated gemstones to set into those designs. This could be the one for you, especially that emerald and that ruby. I mean, that's amazing, isn't it?
Oh, beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Gorgeous. And a little bit of a saving there, down from $34.95 to $29.95. Can't go wrong. These are the real deal, aren't they? So I would definitely suggest that you check out as quickly as possible. There are phone buyers starting to come through on the free phone lines now, so if you've got them in your basket, you need to check out. We're moving on. Oh, absolutely gorgeous. Now look at this beautiful Hessite garnet. Now this is really rich, almost cognac-like tones that we find from a Hessite garnet, like burnt umber tones. They are very, very limited in availability. I have to warn you straight away, it's a last of stock deal. The great thing about this particular strand of Hessite garnet, I mean, it's 100% natural. This is the colour tone we expect to see, those cognac, those whiskey tones, but set into rose gold plated sterling silver. So that just complements the colour tones in the garnets even better, doesn't it? You know, I'm almost thinking some people, maybe January babies, if their birthstone is garnet, but you know, bold red colour tone doesn't suit them. In fact, you know, we've talked about this in the past, haven't we? And you've got, you know, red hair, for example. Maybe bold red's a bit.
No,
don't really suit you.
That's absolutely perfect. And what a beautiful combination. I wouldn't do anything to that.
No.
No, I would just literally restrand. Well, not restrand, just put a clasp on it, and that's it. Because
gorgeous.
Look at the time it's taken somebody, I don't know how they do it, to do every single wrapped loop identically.
Yep.
How on earth did they do it? It must take hours.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've discussed it in the past. I've discussed it with Gemma, who's next door, and she was
Just
saying
don't
it's
know how
not
they do
worth
it.
the while, because
No,
the
it
source, you
isn't.
probably need about 3 meters of wire to do it, if not more, because there's a bit of wastage every single time.
Absolutely.
Then, of course, like you're saying, it'd probably take about 5 hours. We extrapolated that from just doing a length and then saying, well, if you multiplied up, but we wouldn't be able to do that in one sitting and get them all identical. So we're really more talking about 1 or 2 days' work.
Oh, it's beautiful.
On top of that, you've actually got to source rose gold plated sterling silver wire before you start, and you've got to find 10 carats of Hessite garnet, perfectly faceted rondelles anyway, to set into it all. It's just a no-brainer, really. It's $17.95.
Wow.
Can't believe, can you? Oh, and there you go. Producer Phil, not content with, well, ridiculous value there, he's going to hand you back the equivalent of your P&P as well. Last of stock deal, I'm afraid, down to $14.95. There's already 10 people with it sitting in their baskets. You need to start checking out. We've now got a queue on the phone lines. There's only 15 of these remaining in stock. It is a last of stock opportunity, and we've just taken it down to a clearance price of $14.95. How many did you say, sir? Oh, right, okay, sorry. We had 15. We're now putting single figures of availability. $14.95. If you want to add this to your... Wow, somebody just grabbed 2. I try to warn you, you've got to be quick with items like this. Pretty much impossible to recreate this for that price.
Oh, you wouldn't be able to. You definitely wouldn't be able to.
And even if you managed to source the resources, well, I don't think you could, but let's say you could, you would have to pay yourself...
Oh,
well, you couldn't pay yourself minimum wage to recreate it, could you?
No, the amount of time it would take you to do it, you wouldn't make money on it.
It's a no-brainer, isn't it? Yeah, it'd be impossible. There you go. So $14.95. Oh, really? There's 7 remaining in stock. There's 11 people with it in their basket. 12 people with it in their basket. So that's going to be a sell-out deal, I would suspect. But quicker you can check out, the more opportunity you have to actually add that to your... Okay, there's more people with it in the baskets than chains available in stock. So we're going to move on. Ooh, now this is nice. We've just been looking at adding value to our designs using the findings. And we saw those toggle clasps previously, you know, the detailed ones here, sterling silver toggle clasps. Beautiful finish, just that beautiful polished finish to your toggle clasp here. You get your T-bone toggle, you get 3 of these in total. And we haven't brought you these toggle clasps on air for over a year. Wow. Surprised to hear that, actually, because I'd say these are pretty much a staple for most jewellery designers, aren't they, these days?
They should be, yeah.
Great thing about toggle clasps, in my mind, is that if you want to create a gem-heavy piece, and of course, lots of people equate value. So yeah, I think most people like to equate sort of value or quality with a weighty design on occasion, don't they? And so you have to kind of add a little bit more carat weight into your designs. The great thing about a toggle clasp is, of course, the more gem heavy the piece is, the more secure the fastening becomes. Did you go along with that, Debs?
Yeah, I think that you have to sort of relate the size of the fastening to the size of the gemstones.
Yes, of course.
But also that gives weight to your design as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you're right.
So there you go. Actually, the other great thing about these, of course, is that if you did have an alternative use for the sterling silver toggle, then that would leave you the T-bars to create cufflinks for your favourite TV presenter. Don't start that business. They said Lucy doesn't wear cufflinks. Unbelievable. $8.95 is the price for sterling silver toggle. You do get 3 of them for that price. That's less than £3 per clasp. We're not even staying there. He's taking it down to $6.95. The sterling silver, lowest ever price for this particular finding deal, and you do get 3 toggle clasps on this, so you don't just get 1. It is a wholesale opportunity. This is sterling silver, of course, so instantly adding value. We were talking about this only moments ago, weren't we? Saying if you're selling your designs, this is something you can make a real sort of song and dance about. Get that 925 presentation box out and show your customers that you're working with precious metals, that you're adding value to your pieces, left, right and centre. Sterling silver toggle clasp here. Wow, huge percentage of our buyers are multi-buy in this particular deal. Congratulations if you've just got 2 of these. Gaynor, Fiona, Michelle, Debs, you've all got 2 of these heading your way. That means you're getting 6 toggle clasps, of course. 3 of these as part of this deal. $6.95. There you go. Veronica, Rosalind, Diane, Janine, Gaynor, Mona. Lots and lots of people taking advantage of this deal. I'm not surprised. There you go. Glynis has got 3 of these. I'm surprised that these haven't been on air for so long, because they are pretty much a staple for all jewellery makers. Findings collection, I would definitely say that. You need to have your toggle clasps. It's a classic finish to a design as well, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
You know, I have seen, you know, some really ingenious ways of creating clasps, you know, the S hooks, for example, and stuff. But I think, you know, sometimes when you're selling to people who aren't as in tune with bespoke jewellery design as perhaps you are, they want to see a traditional finish.
People definitely look at the back of a design. If you walk along a craft fair, people always pick something up and turn it over.
Yes, I've heard this a lot.
They always want to see how it's finished. They always want to see the quality of the fastening, and the fastening and your findings can double the price of your piece of work. Yeah, it can make it either look something that you've bought from, you know, a stall at a school fair, or something that's a handmade stall.
So these are the kind of items that perhaps don't become a design feature of the piece, but they help to justify the price point. They help to add value in terms of the finish that you can provide your customers.
They do.
Amazing. Yeah. What? Oh, there's only 12 remaining in stock. They haven't even been on screen for a year, and they've flown out the door so quickly. I've got 12 remaining in stock. I've got 6 people that in their baskets. So if everyone was to check out, I'd have single figures remaining in stock at $6.95 sterling silver. What can I say? And you get 3 clasps for that price point. That's amazing. Absolutely incredible value. There you go. Tracy on the Isle of Wight has just grabbed 3 of those. So that shows how quickly those are flying out the door. Looks to me like that's going to be another sell-out deal this afternoon. So we'll leave that one with you. Oh, no, I absolutely adore this strand of gemstones. This, for me, is probably one of my favourite varieties of opal. I think most people equate opal with the kind of Wellow opal, the Ethiopian opal, where we're looking for pinfire. I really love the vibrancy of colour that you get in fire opal. The stone of the bird of paradise, as it's known within Mexico, and the Mayas used to really revere this gemstone, and this is a colour tone that they associate a lot of their culture with. I think the interesting thing for me about this stone is the way it forms, because it's actually a volcanic gemstone and it forms from fast cooling lava. Traditionally, opal forms from very slow cooling lava, and it will come into contact with silica traditionally, and slowly it will cool down, and that's why it forms these grid-like structures that we saw earlier in the opal where we had the pinfire. And so when you've got that grid-like structure, when the light enters the gemstone, it kind of is altered inside the gemstone and you get that play of light. However, with Mexican fire opal, what's happened is that the lava will have come into contact with silica, but also with water traditionally very quickly, cools quickly, retains that intense colour tone that we associate with molten lava. And that's why you get this vibrancy of colour. You get those strong golden shades, those tangerine tones, those rich red tones. And actually, when you look at Mexican fire opal, if you see those kind of ruby reds, those cherry reds, this is quite a rare variety of fire opal. It's actually known as cherry opal. It's the rarest variety because, of course, it's the fastest cooling. It's retained the most amount of the colour tone that we associate with the intensity of a volcanic eruption. I love the idea of having this in the nugget form, of course, because then that kind of mirrors that intensity that we associate with the way the gemstone forms. I love the graduation as well. Look at this. I mean, this is just a Mark Smith dream come true, this strand, isn't it, really?
It is, actually.
It's already colour graduated for him. Or maybe he wouldn't like that. He quite likes his colour graduation. But, I mean, in terms of profitability, working with this gemstone, it gives you so many opportunities because of that graduation of colour, moving the golden tones to the tangerines and then those cherry reds. Absolutely gorgeous. So many people already flying through for this one. Often known as the gemstone of the bird of paradise, 135 carats of fire opal in your nugget forms. They range from 2x1 to 9x1 millimetres in size. And of course, we're going to give you a Jewellery Maker price for a very, very rare form of beautiful opal. If you want to get involved with this, definitely start dialing that free phone number as quickly as possible. It's another add it to your order price, essentially, for a very, very rare and beautiful gemstone. $11.95 for 135 carats. Now, some people might not even be aware that there are alternative varieties of opal. Can you imagine? Earlier on, I put the opal alongside the Labradorite and suggested creating that kind of effect. What about this? For an October baby, giving them two different varieties of opal in one design. And you've got a more delicate size in the Ethiopian opal. These are much more sizable in the Mexican fire opal. I love that combination. I mean, these opals will go with anything, but as I put these alongside the Mexican fire opal, I'm starting to see more of those kind of marmalade and apricot tones coming through in the opalescence. Quite interesting, really. I think that's just being affected by the colour tones that is being placed alongside, and that is a fantastic opportunity, isn't it, to add two very, very rare, very prestigious varieties of opal to your collection in one show. $11.95, lots of people coming through for this one now. If you want to take advantage of this deal, you need to be dialing as quickly as possible. There you go, regular sort of buyer here at Jewellery Maker. Our guest designer, Frankie. She was buying it yesterday during the show as well. There you go. Frankie is on the show a week on Saturday. There you go. So this Saturday is Valentine's Day, isn't it? And Claire and I will be on your show. And there you go. Next Saturday, Frankie's on the show. I think, is that right? Is Phil producing that day? Oh, Phil's producing the show that day. Bit of overtime. He told me he's saving up for a new BMX. He's not really, I just made that up. Look at that. There you go. So this is more similar to the effect that you're going to see when you get this home. There you go. Adele's text into the show. Says, hi Ed and team, fab show so far. I have two of the fire opal strands. It's absolutely gorgeous in real life. There you go. I can't Fortadell there, because it is much more intense, the colour tones that you see when you see it in the flesh, as with all of the gemstones really. Our studio lighting just can't do them justice. Take advantage as quickly as possible on this deal. Huge numbers of people adding this to their baskets. Don't forget to check out as quickly as possible. We're going to move on. Now, I was just talking about this being one of my favourite gemstones in terms of, you know, the Opal family. This now is my opportunity to bring you my birthstone. So I've got a strong association with Rainbow Moonstone. Probably the first gemstone I ever owned in a piece of jewellery, actually. And we've got this fantastic effect. This is what we're able to see here on Moonstone. It's known as agilarescence, and it's a very similar effect to Labradorite. So because of the way the gemstone forms, the light will be altered when it enters the gemstone, and it creates this schiller inside the gemstone, broken up into, you know, spectrums of colour. Now, interestingly, when the ancient Romans first discovered this, they believed that their lunar gods had placed shards of moonlight inside the gemstone, and that's why it's named Moonstone. And you know, even though now we understand the gemological, the scientific reasons behind it, I actually almost prefer the more mystical reasons. We were talking about that earlier, weren't we? And I think it's quite nice to at least, you know, understand the kind of traditions. And it's, you know, these are times where there would have been much more emphasis on survival as opposed to, you know, luxury, of course, and yet they revered this gemstone. So, you know, this is something that is kind of hardwired into us, to own luxury goods, to own mystical items that make us feel good about ourselves, I suppose. 40 carats of Rainbow Moonstone in total. These are quite delicate rondelles. They range in size from 3x1 to 4x2 millimetres inside. It is a 30 centimetre strand coming from our Gems of Distinction range. Wow. I was not expecting to see that price point for this strand, I have to admit. How about this for a combination we were looking at earlier? The kind of icy whites with the stone greys of the Labradorite. How about that?
Oh, it's beautiful. That's perfect, isn't it?
Well, I'm thinking, because this graduates in size, you could literally just use these as spaces in between to make them both go further, and you'd get a necklace and a bracelet out of that, wouldn't you?
Beautiful. And
you'd probably accentuate the Labradorescence and the agilarescence when they're together as well.
Oh, they're just stunning together, aren't they? They
Gorgeous.
are stunning.
It's basically kind of like a toned down monochrome effect,
yes,
isn't it? So
yeah.
it'll go with anything. You've got very neutral colour tones, and yet it's actually the optical illusions of the Labradorescence and the agilarescence that are...
And with the burgundy tones that are in the shops at the moment, you know, there's the steel grey and the winter white looks stunning with it. Absolutely,
there you go. So that's something that wouldn't have occurred to me, actually, when you think about putting together an ensemble. This would be perfect because of that neutrality there. Gorgeous combination. So many people grabbed the Labradorite, didn't they, earlier today? And this is now available for $7.95. Tanya has texted through to the show to say, I made myself a Rainbow Moonstone chipped bracelet, and everyone tells me it's amazing because of the colours when the sun shines on it. Loving the show. There you go. So, you know, don't take it at face value when you're looking at the gemstone in the studio. Get it home, see it in the flesh, experience that optical phenomenon for yourself. And that might help to actually inform the design process. Is that something that you've experienced?
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes the gemstones tell you what to do half the time, because sometimes you get some gemstones home and you think, what on earth am I going to do? And just sit and play with a piece of beading thread and let the gemstones tell you what you want to do.
That's a nice idea, isn't it? It's quite a free-flowing creative process. We've been talking about that earlier, weren't we, with the Polymer Clay, about a design, allowing the design to kind of evolve. You know, have a plan, have an idea, but just let, you know, your creativity come through.
That's right.
I like that. $7.95. Pretty much add it to your order price this afternoon for 40 carats of Rainbow Moonstone. Okay, we're going to move on. Wow. Okay, now we saw the cut collection earlier on, didn't we? And we were talking earlier about the amount of dedication that a lapidarist puts into the work in order to enhance Mother Nature's hard work. You know, when they talk about sculpting, when you talk to a sculptor, they always say the form was already inside the piece of rock, don't they? And they just, like, you know, let it come through. Well, this is kind of like the same process, but applied in a very, very precise way, I think, because have a look at the exquisite cut on these citrines. Look at that. This is a concave cut, bicone shape.
Oh, wow.
So when you look into that, you've got that traditional kind of almost kaleidoscope-like effect, much like you'd see in kind of like a Glen Lehrer cut, if you like. But then, I mean, I'm thinking, if you create like a wirework open gallery,
beautiful,
and you create solitaire rings, and then you can use the depth of the coulee on that gemstone. I mean, these again, you'd have to say they're jewellery quality gemstones. You'd expect to see them set into 9-carat gold elsewhere, wouldn't you, for a beautiful piece of citrine like this. Gorgeous clarity, beautiful saturation of colour, and yet it's all about the cut. 35 carats of citrine, the gemstone of happiness, of course. We were talking earlier as well, weren't we, about the psychology behind gemstones. This is not just frivolous, actually, because I was reading an article saying that yellow is a colour tone that can increase your happiness, your mood. It can be mood altering, apparently. Who knows? But, you know, people have done research into it, so I'm sure there is something in it. These are top drilled as well, so it'd be very interesting to see how these are set into different designs. I mean, wirework rings, it doesn't really matter where the drill hole's placed.
No.
Jan always tells me, actually, you just use it as an anchor, and then you create the detailing surrounding the gemstone, don't you?
That's right.
There you go. So it should be £27.95. That's already less than £1 a carat. When you think about the amount of work that's gone into these exquisite cuts, you're onto a real winner here, aren't you? Should be £27.95, but we're going to hand you back the equivalent of your P&P this afternoon, so it's down to £24.95, a clearance price for your concave cut citrine. They're called bicones, but I mean, it depends how you see them, I suppose. It's not a traditional bicone, is it? Absolutely gorgeous. One thing I will say about citrine as well, when we're talking about the kind of folklore attached to it, of course, it's known as the gemstone of happiness, but it's also the gemstone of stall holders. If you're a jewellery maker and you sell your designs, it could be useful to have a piece of citrine on you. I'm not suggesting that you will take any more money, but that is the kind of myths and legends that is attached to the gemstone, isn't it? Did you know that, Debs?
No, I've never heard that before.
Yeah, there you go. So in fact, last time I was on screen with Fleur, who I believe is coming up at 5 PM on the Late Show, she was saying one time she always has, she really knew this piece of information in depth, and she was saying traditionally you should have a piece of citrine in the bottom left hand corner of your store, you see, to attract money, or a piece in your money tray to literally attract more custom. But she was saying that the last time she was doing a store, someone was saying, oh, I want to buy that, the piece, and she was like, don't touch that piece of citrine, that's not for sale, because of course it was there for different reasons. And yeah, so yeah, there you go. You learn something new every day, Debs, don't you?
You do. Didn't know that before.
There you go. £24.95 for these, what can only be described as expertly cut. Okay, these are actually proven to be extremely popular. Of course, they do add value to your designs, but the great thing about this, because you've got that depth of colour on the citrine, I'm thinking some of the more popular metal tones in our wire as well will go beautifully with this. The copper tones, the antique bronze with the citrine would look gorgeous, wouldn't it?
Very nice.
Fantastic. So there you go. Lots and lots of people coming through for that, and of course, maybe you know a November baby. And it is the birthstone for November as well, £24.95. Well, you know, Phil, you don't just have to make people jewellery when it is their birthday. You might like to make somebody something as a treat, and their birthday might fall in November, so they'll have that association with their birthday. My sister's a November baby, and she's about to have a baby. So if I was making her a piece of jewellery, I would still want to put citrine or topaz in it because it's her birthday. There you go. Oh, here we go. Now we've just been talking about the gemstone of happiness and the idea that those sunshine yellows can make you happy. If you are flying off on holiday, this is the gemstone for you. The tropical blues that you're getting from your apatite. 85 carats in total, top drill drops. I mean, it's described as sky blue, but I think are we all in agreement that these are tropical blues? Gorgeous, aren't they?
They are beautiful.
You've even got those sort of seafoam green hues coming through, haven't you?
Yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal. Always getting a bit of sparkle, even though it's a polished gemstone. Delicious. 100% natural apatite, and I've been talking about this for a couple of months. I see a lot of apatite being used on the American market, so American fashion jewellery tends to be quite heavily dominated by apatite at the moment. It's only a matter of time. As soon as somebody wears it down the red carpet, it's going to cross the pond, everyone's going to want to own it, you're not going to be able to get hold of it, the price is going to go through the roof, everyone's going to want it, and you're going to be kicking yourself because you're thinking, I could have bought that for less than £20 off JewelleryMaker in February. In fact, you're going to be thinking, I could have bought that for a lot less than £20. So we're about to give you a designer inspiration price, 85 carats of beautiful apatite for $12.95. That can only be described as a clearance price for what I would say is jewellery quality apatite. I mean, there you go, you can see that kind of inner glow from the gemstone, can't you? Can you see that tropical green coming through there? So it should be $19.95 at 9 AM tomorrow morning. That is the price you'll pay. Right now you can have this to your order for just $12.95. Whoa, lots of people flying in to put this in their baskets. You need to take advantage of this as quickly as possible. The interesting thing is that whenever I mention the popularity of apatite on the American market, I always get buyers coming through from the States. Coincidence? I think I've sparked them in their mind. Think, yeah, actually, I do see loads of apatite. I better stock up. $12.95 for this deal. Wow, people multi-buying this strand now. So congratulations if you are taking hold of this particular strand. Should be $19.95 down to $12.95. Probably about 15, 20 people have got this in their baskets. You need to be checking out. And if you're coming through on the free phone line, look at that. Hillary's just grabbed 3 strands of apatite. That's the way to do it, Hillary. Because, of course, 1 P&P per day. So if you do want to take advantage of that, I would check out as quickly as possible. We've got a short queue on our free phone line. You're only investing your time, of course, on the phone line, so don't panic about getting hold of your apatite for a clearance price of $12.95. Over half the stock's now been allocated on that particular deal. Such a huge reduction in price. I'm not really surprised. So it should be $19.95 down to $12.95. I don't think it's all about that amazing price point, though. I have to say, this is top quality apatite. Gorgeous colour tone. We will leave it with you though as people continue to come through for that one. We want to grab this gorgeous, what has been classified as multicoloured quartz. I have to say it's very similar to the graphic quartz that we've seen in the past, where you get these kind of apricot or peach, almost masala-like tones inside the gemstone. All as beautiful inclusions of quartz. Quartz is one of the few gemstones prized for its inclusions, and here it's allowed the gemstone to become something quite unique. Every single gemstone has got Mother Nature's fingerprint inside there. It's 100% natural multicoloured quartz. So these are all these inclusions are placed there by Mother Nature herself. 135 carats in total, 10 millimeters in size, these puffy coins. So they're perfect, aren't they, as accents. Whenever I see puffy coins as well, I always think about wristline pieces. I always think that the puffy coins are quite suitable for bracelet designs.
Definitely, definitely. I think they sit nicely, don't they, on the skin? They sit flat and they sit nicely on the skin. Brilliant for beginners who want to make jewellery because of that, because they just sit beautifully around the neck. They're good for illusion necklaces, where you've got, you know, the crimp beads and then wire and then crimp, because they go a long way. They're lovely.
They're beautiful, yeah. Actually, if you did want to try and recreate the kind of rosary link chains,
yes,
in your
they would
copper
look
wire,
lovely. They would look
on
lovely,
a bracelet
yes.
design. You
Oh
don't
yes,
have to
I'd like that.
You like that?
Yeah, I like that, yeah. Very good.
Inspiration from the big dog. 135 carats of multicoloured quartz puffy coins, $9.95. Producer Phil's not messing around today, is he? He's taking them even lower. A clearance price until 9 AM tomorrow morning, $6.95. Is that why? He said it's a little treat for Mark. Guest designer Mark's a big advocate of using this particular gemstone. So he wanted to give Mark a little treat, why not? $6.95, taking it down to a clearance price. If you love this as much as guest designer Mark, start dialing the free phone number as quickly as possible. There you go, $6.95. It doesn't even sound right to say it, does it? No, there's so many gemstones on the strand. Do you know what? Because it kind of has that curvature to it, it looked shorter, didn't it? Is that what fooled you? It's actually a really lengthy strand. So you got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 40. Over 40 gemstones on that strand alone. Amazing. Beautiful. Ah, you make a good point. They're 10mm rounds in diameter, so it's a 40cm strand. Alright, clever clogs. But you're guaranteed to get 135 carats, I should say. Actually, hold on a second. I was saying about making the links. How about if you got hold of the Hessite garnet chain? We took that down to a clearance price. That was a sell-out deal, but if you want to make the most of your 1 P&P per day, boom, right there. Match made in heaven.
Oh, they're lovely, Ed. I like that together.
Perfect. I love it. $6.95 for that particular deal. Amazing. Fantastic. Okay. Ooh, another opportunity to add Labradorite to your order. Whoa, this time heavily faceted Labradorite. So these are through drilled droplets. So they're briolette drops, faceted, very traditionally sort of checkerboard faceting, but they're through drilled as opposed to top drilled. See a lot of top drilled Labradorite, don't we? You don't see so many that are through drilled. Which is slightly different opportunities, I suppose. Fantastic Labradorescence. Because you've got a deeper colour tone as the base tone for this Labradorite, you're getting more intensity in the Labradorescence, I think. Look at that kind of electric blue or violet tone coming through there. They range in size, they graduate in size, I should say, from 7x5 to 13x8mm in size, and we are about to take this strand of faceted Labradorite drops to the lowest price it has ever been to on it. It's alluring to himself, so it should be $12.95. We've taken it down to $11.95. Oh no, we haven't. We've taken it down to $10.95. Oh no, he's still not happy. $9.95, $8.95, $7.95. $6.95! Just teasing me then, wasn't he? When he went to $11.95, I thought he was going to leave it there and make me say, like, yeah, I've given you a pound back. It's still the lowest ever price. But no, Phil's not like that. He's gone to the lowest possible price we can bring you genuine gemstones for here at JewelleryMaker. $6.95 for 80 carats of faceted Labradorite briolette drops. I mean, they are absolutely exquisite, aren't they? That is awesome. I can't believe that price point. I mean, that is an added to your order price. You've already taken advantage of any of the deals we've brought you today here at JewelleryMaker. I mean, that is just a no-brainer. It should be $12.95 down to $6.95. They're flying out the door, as you'd expect at a clearance price like that. People are multi-buying this one. Congratulations if you've got 2 strands of that. $6.95. He just throws caution to the wind, doesn't he? So blasé about the potential devaluing of genuine gemstones. We would never do that. We just want to make luxury items as affordable as possible, as accessible as possible, and of course, free phone number, 30-day money-back guarantee, 1 P&P per day, and clearance prices on your most popular gemstone, beautiful Labradorite, down to $6.95. I'm just admiring this strand of iolite, because I'm thinking that the Labradorescence I'm seeing here is almost an identical colour tone to the iolite. Have you seen this, Phil? The strand of iolite. And I love the way it's been faceted in the same way. Now, these are top drilled drops of iolite. Now, iolite is a heavily pleochroic gemstone. You expect to see your violets and your blues from one angle, your golden brown tones from another, and that's exactly what I can see on this particular strand. Faceted to perfection. Absolutely beautiful colour tones here. 145 carats in total. Top drilled faceted drops. They range in size from 8x6 to 14x8. Some of the highest quality iolite I think I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker from our Gems of Distinction range. You can add this to your order right now. He's doing it again, guys. Start dialing as quickly as possible. What do you mean it should be that price? Should be $19.95. He's taking it down to bargain time. Of course he is. Doesn't let us down, producer Phil. $14.95. some of the highest quality highlight I think I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker, and we take it down to a ridiculous price point of $14.95. Goes beautifully with that Labradorite that we just brought you at $6.95, doesn't it? That is phenomenal. $14.95. They're amazing. Look at those largest gemstones there, 14 by 8 millimeters in size. Could be used as pendants, earring designs, of course, if you just want to make a classic set. Absolutely gorgeous. $14.95 is your price point for that particular strand of iolite. That is a clearance price available until 9 AM tomorrow morning. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on because I think we better go and catch up with the lovely Debbie Bulford, because we did challenge Debbie today, despite the fact she's been helping us all out with our polymer clay designs.
Yep.
How on earth did you manage to do all this?
I don't quite know, actually.
Even you're surprised, aren't you?
Yeah. Still got loads left, though. Got all of these left. Amazing. Yeah. Loads.
So we've got this shell pearl collection, the peacock pearls, the lavender pearls, and the teal petal shape.
Yes.
We weren't happy with the grey because they're not grey, basically. That was available for $7.95. Look at this fantastic suite of jewellery that Deb has put together in about 40 minutes, if that.
Yes.
That's fantastic. I love that.
Thank you.
What's that weave called again?
Some people call it quadrant weave, some people call it a square weave, whatever.
Quadrant weave, I think is the one I've heard, yeah. That's gorgeous. I love that.
Thank you.
They're just crying out to be used as petal shapes, aren't they, really? Yeah. You can't get away from it. Amazing opportunities with this one. Oh, I love this. That's really on trend. You would see that, wouldn't you? That's such a fashionable design. Beautiful. Can't believe you've been able to make all of this jewellery. Everyone's shocked, in fact. This fielder said, how did she make so much? Amazing. $7.95. We've got the bracelet design here as well. That's gorgeous. Amazing. So there you go. Thank you so much for joining us today. Hopefully we've been able to make it worth your while. Debbie, you've been absolutely amazing as always.
Thank you.
When are you next on the show?
16th, I think. Come on.
16th?
Yes.
That is right, I've just been told.
No, there we go.
Is that a morning show? Or an inspiration show?
Inspiration show, I think. Yes, inspiration show.
Oh, that's Monday. Is it? Tuesday.
Tuesday, and we've got a new thing to launch on that day. Yes.
Oh, there's a new launch on Tuesday with Debbie. There you go. Don't miss that, and don't miss the late show. It's coming up in just a few minutes' time with the beautiful Fleur, the gorgeous Ali. They will be here in a couple of minutes' time. Just enough time for me to thank all of the guys for putting together the show, the wonderful Debbie for all of her inspiration and insights, and you, of course, for tuning in. Yeah, stay tuned right now for late show deals. Thank you, and good afternoon.
Get creative with Mark Smith with his Craft Fair DVD. Mark guides you through 6 sections of fascinating techniques that sell the best on his very own successful craft fairs. He concludes this DVD by sharing his own tips and hints that make his own stalls very popular. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
Jewellery Maker is your one-stop shop
for all your jewellery making needs.
Our mission is to provide you with the best quality products,
value for money, and excellent customer service.
Come and learn with us.
Tune in every day from 9 AM to 9 PM.
Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Jewellery Maker are proud to announce we are the winners of 8 Make and Sell Jewellery Awards of 2014. We are happy to be the winners of the Best UK Supplier, Best Semi-Precious Supplier, Best Jewellery Making Website, Best Jewellery Making Kit, Best Jewellery Making Workshop Provider, Best for Jewellery Making Tools, Best Bead Brand, and Best TV Programme. We would like to thank all of our customers for making this possible, and thank you for your continued support.